Start our meeting after the closed session. I would like to read an item, and because of the unwarranted attack on one of our elected officials at our last meeting, I asked our city attorney to work with me to write a document that would help us put a little more civility into our meetings. And I asked her to make sure that she took into consideration the Open Meetings Act and the freedom of speech, but also make it so that, again, we can put more civility into our meetings. And I'd like to read this statement that our city attorney and I both agree on. That no speaker may make a personal or impertinent attacks on any officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official that is unrelated to the manner in which the officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official performs his or her duties. No person shall use threatening or abusive language when addressing the city council. Public comment within a public hearing must directly relate to the matter which is the subject of the public hearing. Any person who violates this section shall be directed by the presiding officer to be orderly and silent. If a person addressing the council refuses to become silent when so directed, such person may be deemed by the presiding officer to have committed a breach of the peace by disrupting and impeding the orderly conduct of the public meeting of the city of council, and may be ordered by the presiding officer to leave the meeting. If a person refuses to leave as directed, the presiding officer may direct any law enforcement officer who is present to escort the violator from the meeting. So that is our new statement for conduct of people at the microphone or in the audience. So with that, we'll go into item number 1 on our agenda.
Mr. President, if I could just ask a question on that.
Sure thing. Mr. Cruz?
Is it possible, I don't know, I'm trying to have that somewhere on the request for communications when people fill out the form, that it's on there?
Yeah.
That statement is on there for everybody.
Absolutely. That's a very good idea.
Good job. Good job.
All right. All right. You may have to use number 6 font.
That's
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
You want to?
Good evening.
Yes.
You may recall that Mr. John Pyatt, noted area sculptor, retired Community College art professor, and 35-year resident, made a donation of his piece Diversity, which was accepted by council at your regular meeting on July 18, 2016. At that time, council had directed staff and administration to do further investigatory work on what the piece actually looked like, how it could be assembled, recommendation from the Arts Commission on where it would be located, and to come up with some preliminary cost estimates. Tonight, I'm very happy to note that Mr. Pyatt has traveled here to speak to you about his piece that he donated, why he called it Diversity, where his recommendation for where he would like to see it that was endorsed by the Arts Commission. We also have one of our Arts Commission members, Mr. Bob McTaggart, who's going to do an introduction of John and talk a little bit about Mr. Pyatt, and the three of us will be happy to answer any questions that the council may have. And after discussion and questions, then we have a recommended resolution that we would like you to consider. With that, Mr. McTaggart.
I'm Robert McTaggart, 19455 Middlesex in Southfield. And it's a great pleasure to meet with you this evening on behalf of the Arts Commission, to talk with you a little bit about John Pyatt and his sculpture Diversity. The Arts Commission absolutely recommends that John's sculpture be placed in the north roundabout on Evergreen Road. First of all, it's a very fine sculpture in and of itself. And John is a very noted Southfield sculptor. He's lived in this community for 35 years and devoted much of his energies to the betterment of the arts community in Southfield and in metropolitan Detroit. Diversity is one of the civic virtues that we pride the most in Southfield. It's one of the real cornerstones of our community, and to have a sculpture that represents diversity, we feel as the Arts Commission, this is really on target. It's a sculpture that harmonizes very well with the other sculpture that's in the south roundabout, the sculpture Gratitude. They're very different sculptures. They have slightly different styles, but they're both really harmonious with each other. And what a wonderful way it is to advertise major civic virtues that we believe in as a community. You know, to have these sculptures representing those qualities out in front on Evergreen Road. I've known John now for about 40 years, ever since, before we both, moved to this community. I've lived here about 25 years myself, and it gives me a great deal of pleasure then to introduce to you John Pyatt, the sculptor.
Good evening.
When I built the sculpture, my name is John Pyatt. As Bob said something about, I have to tell you my address.
Sure,
Yes.
for the record.
Just for the record.
Yeah, for the record. 25501 Edgemont Drive.
Okay.
It's about 2 acres. And, my studio is down the hill, and there's a stream there. It's a very nice area. Really lived here 37 years. I'm kind of cold-hearted. My wife's birthday, which is tomorrow, better not forget. And, so, I also work with Washington, D.C. for the last 20 years. For the last 20 years, I worked with the Pre-Columbian Society of Washington, D.C. My wife and I have come upon admin whack back and put together a portfolio of 67 Mayan sites. From the salt sites, so we can take the heavily salted fish deep inland. And annually, even though we have I have to speak louder, I know I speak loud. Annually, we rent the United States Memorial Library, and we discuss somebody's new findings. There's more and more out there. So it's a very exciting thing. had a surgeon had an accident in Mexico. Came back here, and the surgeon said his machine was set wrong. I walked in and I never walked again. Just 3 years ago. Just to answer your question. It's probably, you might be hesitant to ask. So I'm very excited about this program. I do red sculpture and Harmony Park, Shane Park, Cambridge Park, across from the federal building. These pieces are all 25 to 40 feet tall. A piece at Oakland University weighs 4 tons. I've been making sculpture since I was 12 years old. A lot of knowledge there. Really, and coming up with a title was easy for me. Actually, I was there 37 years. Diversity is very much representative of the community that we live in. And I think that that's very positive, that we have such a diverse community of every ethnic type. And in my knowledge, in a very safe and comfortable community to live in. I really enjoy it. Well, yes, I also live in Mexico. My wife bought a house down there 9 years ago because it's closer to the sites, the Mayan sites. Enough of that. Do you have any questions for me? I mean, I can answer them.
Mr. Pyatt?
Yeah.
Can I want to give the council a little background, and you can jump in and correct me if I've misstated anything. Is that okay?
Sure.
So I think the last time you just saw kind of an artist rendering in the sketch. So city staff, administration, myself, went out to Mr. Pyatt's studio. He had fabricated the piece a few years ago, and it was in 5 different sections, so we wanted to get a sense of the mass. And we put it together on a trial basis, and it measures about 16 feet tall, the 2 pieces. We've scoped out what it would take working with Mr. Brandt as far as concrete pad. We think we could do it for under $3,500. We feel that we could do it with city staff, do it on during the work week, so it would be any overtime, and that it would fit nicely in the north roundabout. This is a concept rendering that was provided in-house, just to show you what the scale would be. It is on par with the height of Gratitude, which is about 12 to 14 feet. And Mr. Pyatt and Mr. McTaggart took a lot of time looking at the different angles to come up with what their recommended orientation would be. This is looking southward at the north roundabout. So we're here to answer any further questions that you have. We've identified a funding source. We've put it together, and some stainless steel bolts and a backhoe and a couple person labor can get it done in a day after the concrete's been poured. 7 to 10 days to cure. This does not require a massive footing or foundation. I mean, it's several hundred pounds, but it's not several tons. And we're here to ask for your consideration to have it placed in the north roundabout, and it won't cost the city any capital dollars to have it installed. But we're here to answer any specific questions you might have of the piece itself, of the Arts Commission, and anything that I could answer.
Any questions? Mr. McCuskey?
Yeah. Let me start out by saying I have the greatest respect for John. I took a look at his bio, and my gosh, it reads like a book. It just goes on and on. I'll pass it around because it's a tremendous background that he has. And I also want to thank Bob for not only bringing those other pieces of art forward in the last meeting that we accepted the pieces. But I have a comment to make in that would really, I guess, having been here under different situations, I believe that council has the obligation to be involved in what happens in the city, on its grounds, and its streets, and also any of the infrastructure. And I saying this, wanting to accept this piece of art. It is very suitable for the city of Southfield. But the process that goes through, now when we had the art piece put at the south end, Terry said that when it comes to the north end, that we will do something different. I brought up the Business Consortium of the Arts, and what this was really all about, when I brought that up, was not for us to be picking each piece of art, because it's, the beholder sees different art in a different way. But processes should be followed. And I thought when that was mentioned, that we look at the north end, is that we would bring the business community together, the community together, and have a very large art festival. And part of that would be, we've done this before with the arts displayed out in the plaza. And we had a contest. It was just fun. It was jammed. It was a state-funded project. But everybody got involved. The community got involved. The business consortium used to get involved. Everybody came together. And if we're really serious about making the arts work in the city of Southfield, we're going to have to bring all those ingredients into the picture. And what we're doing is that we're accepting art, which is great, but the process which it gets to the council comes out into the sky somewhere. Terry just mentioned we had the administration, we had staff people, but the one ingredient that was not part of it was the council. And it's not that council is going to be dictatorial and make sure what is going to be here and there or whatever, but communication and knowledge of what's going on in the city has to prevail. And when I got the minutes and the agenda Friday, and I seen that number one item, it was like come from out of the sky. And all of a sudden we have an art piece being put in the right of way of the city, and we don't know, at least I didn't know anything about it other than what Bob brought forward some time ago. But we were talking about where are these things going to be placed so it would have the nicest effect on the city. And that was great. That was great. All of a sudden it gets on the agenda and a resolution that we're going to have to make now a position. This hurts immensely when you have to make, and I feel real bad about doing this because I respect John and his work. Like I said, I passed around his biography and what he's done is tremendous. We're very proud to have him in our city and proud to have him providing something in our community such as this art piece. But we must follow charters, we must follow process to be able to move this city forward. Everybody's got to know what the important things are that are happening and how we're going to get there on that particular item. And I just personally do not like anything dropped on me, and especially when a staff person says, when it comes to the north end, we're going to have a different process. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And so this is not for or against this art piece or where it's going to be put in. I am talking about council being totally involved in what is going on in the city and making things noted so that we inform the community, we inform community relations, we hear about it, we know about it, and can set something in motion that has some sequence of events to take place. And I would have thought that when I said that we would get something going as far as an art festival. It's not a new thing. I mean, Novi has it, Detroit has it, St. Clair has it. Everybody has these art fests, and it's widely acclaimed. They bring people to a community, and you make people interested in what's going on. If you're going to really make art work in the city, you're going to have to get a lot of people involved in it. And so you can't get 2 or 3 people involved in it and expect the community to buy in. It doesn't happen. You can't even get council to buy in. And so I just wanted to make that statement. So it has nothing to do with this resolution. But it did to me was to say, hey, we're not doing business the way we really should do business.
Can I respond?
Sure.
And Mr. Fergasi shared these comments with me before the meeting, so this wasn't a surprise. And what I said to him respectfully is that we came to council to accept the piece, and we were directed to do investigative work and come back to council, and that's what we're doing tonight. In the meantime, we got a recommendation from the Arts Commission, which was what their charge is, to make recommendations to the council. And I don't disagree with the statement that I supported doing a competition at the time, and I still think that's a good idea. But in the interim, we had Mr. Pyatt come forward and make a recommendation on a specific piece. And I remind the council that this commission was established just over a year ago with no funding. And up until 2 weeks ago, we had no funding. And we've been able to install 4 pieces. This would be a 5th piece. And I'm not saying we should just take the first thing that comes along, but we have a very respected sculptor based on his resume and based on the accepting. And the commission and staff recommends that we consider installing this in the North Roundabout. And we could make this happen within the next 3 to 4 weeks if we got your blessing. I've also said that these pieces do not have to be there permanently. Many other communities have rotating pieces. And that what I had recommended before with gratitude as well as this piece, try it out for a year or 2. Then it can be moved and relocated. I just came back from Texas. I saw a couple large pieces in roundabouts that were 90 feet tall. But I bet you they were $250,000 to $500,000 for those pieces to have them installed and so forth. So we've been working with a shoestring budget. At the same time, we've got some reputable artists who have worked with us. Mr. David Barr on the obelisk, Mr. Pyatt, Lefkowitz, and others. And we are relying on our Arts Commission, who are the experts, and these guys respect and will endorse these pieces and these artists. So I don't think we should be very proud that we have this opportunity, and the fact that we are able to install these. The Royal Oaks and the Plymouths and the Ann Arbors and the Grand Rapids, they didn't start with a full budget and 100 pieces. They started just exactly where we are. And I could see ourselves in 5-10 years having festivals and arts. Ms. Freeman and I, we talk about just putting on the E to the B concert with limited staff and limited budget, and we know how difficult that is. And I'd love to see Art Prize happen in this city, and I believe we can have something like that in the future. But we have to start from somewhere, and I think we should be very proud that we got 5 pieces installed in the first real year. We got our first donation through that 1% fund 2 weeks ago of $25,000, and I anticipate that over the course of the next years or 2, that fund will get up into the couple $100,000, and we'll have some real money to do installation. But we've been borrowing and stealing to put these things together. So I just want you to keep that in perspective, that I think this is a good piece. It fits with gratitude. It's not permanent. We have a renowned and respected artist who lives in the community, who's made a recommendation. We have an arts commission who has endorsed that recommendation. And we're here to discuss it further tonight. And I'd be happy if we got a good recommendation tonight. If we need to, do a little more work, that's what we'll do.
Mayor?
We have some real momentum going now. There's a sculptor by the name of Sergio Dubusti. Sergio has worked with David Barr. He was the co-sculptor on Transcending the Monument to Labor. That's in Hart Plaza, the steel
The waterfront?
circles, almost circle with space in the middle. And Sergio, because of diversity and because of gratitude, has said, I want to donate a piece to the city of Southfield. And because of the Art Commission and the people that are on the Art Commission. So this is, really going along with what Terry has said, we've got some momentum going. People are noticing. And here's another sculptor, especially in Michigan, who is very well known, and has pieces all around. I know he's got an installation in Brighton.
Oh, he has many pieces. Sergio and I met each other at 12 years old at the DIA. We used to have Saturday morning art class. Our mentor just passed away at the age of 88, not a bad age. So I've been making sculpture ever since then. And this is a great setback to me. Although I taught clay also. I was the head of the art department for 35 years at Macomb College. And, so it's something, and Sergio and I, we've practically been in every show together. I recommend Sergio. You like to get his pieces out there. So it's great that this is news to me that Sergio.
I'll yield the floor because I don't want to oversell it. He sold it.
Mr. Piazza, now I'll get to you. Okay, Mr.
Oh, thanks very much. I really appreciated what Terry said about the Arts Commission, about us being your panel of experts. And that's really the way that we would like to see ourselves, and we take our job very seriously. When we go to recommend a piece or not to recommend a piece, we have a process that we go through that's very professional, and we go through it step by step. We felt that to have two sculptures that publicly announce civic values that we hold so dear to mark the entrances to the Civic Center was most appropriate. In one roundabout you have gratitude, and in the other roundabout you have diversity. The city announces what it really believes in. The Arts Commission really believes that this sculpture is going to add value to the city of Southfield, and it's going to add value to the public arts of this community.
Mr. Piazza?
Yeah. Bob, I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I respect what the commission is doing. I'm trying to talk about processes that the city council, who is supposed to know and be communicated to, and be aware of things that are happening in the city. That's what I'm trying to say. This body, as far as I'm concerned, is supposed to be aware of everything that happens within our 4 square miles, 27 square miles. And so it's not saying where the commission's not doing the job, or I don't like that art, or whatever. has nothing to do with it, what I'm saying. What I am saying is that we have been, Ms. Bellinger was here and Gail was here. The city had a cultural committee that was doing all the things that I was talking about, getting back to. And you were at the meeting when I appeared before the board to tell them, hey, these are the things we had, business consortium, we had this going. It was just kind of outlining, that this is one segment of the art, but there's other things that make the community strong, like bringing the community into the participant of the event. And that's what makes the city strong, keeps the community together. And so that's procedure. And really a sticker on it. And I was looking at the Arts Commission thing today, and what it really says is, Arts Commission to advocate for, promote, and participate in the establishment, selection, and installation of public artwork in the city. All right? That's what the council stated that the Arts Commission should be doing, which is great. But at the same time, we have laid out, we're talking about the big picture, the tech corridor on Telegraph Road. From 8 Mile Road to I-696 in the median, we had a permit by the state to put artwork all the way up that corridor. Kamau, of course, they started it. I thought that the momentum, talk about momentum there, I thought that would get Lear Corporation, Silverman, all these people who love the arts, outdoor arts, would start going right down in front of their businesses and bringing artwork in, so that we would have a corridor of technology, which would bring business people together and see what art does to the city and what it does to their establishments. And so it becomes bigger than just making a decision to have a piece of artwork in a community. It's how effective are we to bring the whole community together and make it bigger than life. Get it back to what I believe is what it used to be. I mean, we had 54,000 people sitting here going through these tents with all kinds of artwork from here to all the end of our property at one time. We had the largest Sunday that was made, Tennis World book, the largest Sunday ever made in the world. I mean, those are the kinds of things. People love those kinds of events. Our city and our communities got to come together to enjoy and enlighten and promote the city wherever they go. And it just doesn't happen when one person or one group does it. It's got to involve the entire community. That's what all I'm trying to say. John, I respect you, Bob, I respect what the committee's doing. All I'm trying to do is that council also has a job to do. And their job is to get the community totally involved, to strengthen our community. It makes our houses more valuable. It brings businesses into the community, brings our economy back, makes our schools stronger. All these things when the community buys into our projects. And that's all I'm trying to say. So it's not picking on anybody. I mean, I told you earlier, I said Marshall Fredericks was a friend of mine. I don't throw names around. But he came personally and put the gazelle in the lobby for me at City Hall. All right, so artwork is important to me, but also a procedure of making the community part of it, our business community part of it, is also very important to me.
Okay. Mr. Brightwell.
I'd like to move this on down the road and get after that vote on the full whole process and procedure, but if you would entertain the...
Not yet.
Okay.
Do we have other people that want to talk? Mr. Cruz?
I'm with Dan on that, but I will say,
Well, I
mean,
so am I, but I
but
want to give everybody an opportunity to speak.
but what I did want to speak to, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And I do like the piece. Number one, I'm not an artist by any means, but I think the piece, I like the consistency of it with gratitude down here on this end. I think it's also important to recognize the work that our commissions are doing, and we ask them to do this on a volunteer basis. and they commit time and energy to it. So I believe that their recommendations are important, and we should take them under consideration. But I'm not taking away from Mr. Perkowski in terms of process. There's something we need to do in terms of boards and commissions, and maybe have a more formalized process where everybody's comfortable with. Then maybe, we can, Ari, Dan, and I can sit down in that committee at some point and take a look at that. But I don't think we should hold it up, and particularly since the fact that, if nothing else, as has been stated, is that this is not a permanent fixture, that we do have an opportunity sometime down the road to look at other places. If we deem it necessary, we don't know what the response will be to it. We may like it just like it is right there. Later on down the line, there may be other things that may come up. I think we would consider them at that time. So, like I said, once everybody has a chance to speak, I hope we can just go ahead and take a vote on this and move on to the next item.
Okay. Ms. Seymour.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Don said. I recall when Marla Ballinger was here and we had the Arts, excuse me, we had the Arts Commission. I recall very much how things worked, and they worked very well. I'd also like to say that I do like this piece because I think it's compatible with the other piece at the other end. I like the idea that it's not permanent, that we can, if that's what council decides, that we can put different things there, but it is compatible with what's already there. So in that situation, I would support the installation.
Okay. Mr. Mandelbaum.
I'm gonna pull a pig out of Mr. Frazier's book, but we seem to be doing a lot of immediate need to acts, and in light of transparency, shouldn't we, I understand some things need an immediate need to act if there's something's broken, if there's a deadline, but I guess in this case, what's the rush? Why can't it wait until our meeting on the 26th to approve it under a consent agenda?
It can. We were hoping, though, we were going to take advantage of the construction season to try to get in. And I know we're only talking 2 weeks, but with concrete and the contractors, I've found it very difficult in other installations. We've gone out to bid recently, and it's the end of the season, and a lot of contractors are booked for through the year. And that's the only reason, is that we want to try to get it installed this fall. 2 weeks is not the end of the world, and if you were going to approve it, I'll wait 2 weeks, but it's a concern about getting the concrete poured, cured, and installed, taking advantage of Mr. Pyatt's expertise to take it. He wants to be involved in the installation and the direction, and we want to make sure we have good weather and other things taken advantage of his. That's really the reason.
Besides for the installation, will the roundabout be dressed up similar to the south roundabout?
Well, we're going to dress both roundabouts in re-landscaping them. They were both designed under let's get it done under the MDOT. We have funds set aside to re-landscape and to move trees and bushes around so that both pieces will be done appropriate. We've been working with Parks and Recreation and our forester on the timing, and that's another reason to have them installed this fall, because that's the best time when the trees are dormant and all that. We're gonna take care of all that, but we want to make sure that the actual physical piece gets installed first, and come back and re-landscape both of them. So and we got to adjust the irrigation. There's multiple things that have to be done after the piece is actually installed. That's another timing issue.
Okay. And I don't believe that there's no direct cost to the city. It's all being
All the capital costs, funds have been identified outside of the cities.
There's in-kind costs.
There is in-kind costs, and that's why I was clear to say that there's some labor, but we feel that we can do it during the work week, so that there's no overtime costs.
Okay, Ms. Seymour.
Yeah, just a question. Something was mentioned about, this can be changed.
Yes.
I think right now this is very compatible with the one that's on the other end. But if it can be changed, you're talking about you have to do a lot to put this in. how can you make it so that it can be at some point?
Well, in this particular case, because of the weight, we only have to pour a slab. And we've
Okay.
made it large enough that this piece could be rotated or another piece could come in.
The
So there's not
slab-
large,
Just the slab is a certain size?
that's right,
That's the part that would be affected.
yes.
Yeah, it'll be a 6-foot circle.
6-foot circle diameter?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
But
And that allows rotation. Of course, I had no intention that you would move the piece. There's a $50,000 piece. And I have sold pieces for $800,000. So I think that I'm hoping that you're gonna take this and then it's not going to be moved and sold for steel scrap.
Oh, gosh, no.
No, I
No,
don't.
no.
Listen, I've been in the art business for a long business. Sold my first piece for $30,000. I was only 21. And, boy, 70 people. I hope that this piece becomes permanent fixture.
the option is, the point is that it's less than $3,500 for installation, so we're not spending $500,000
Yeah.
to build this thing. And that's gives the council flexibility, and I would say to Mr. Pyatt, I hope it stays there forever too, but for whatever reason, if the council decides, at some point in the future, these pieces are movable. And what I'm trying to say is, let's give it a year or two, let's make sure everything's perfect, there's no other conflicts,
We can-
let's see how it feels.
We can end up putting it in a more prominent place.
It could be, yes.
Well, they're very compatible, the two, it's very compatible with the other ones at the other end. I mean, they work together. I
Yeah,
think.
Brighton bought a piece 2 years ago. And set up in a beautiful site near a church and a pond. But they decided to move it for the Vietnam Memorial, which I thought was a very acceptable idea. And they still have another piece of mine, which they did not buy, but they wanted to hold on to it. That's another story.
Well, I like the fact that they're compatible. I like that. They work together very nicely. And I don't think there's any intention of moving it. You never know down the road, there might be a reason to move it, or a show or something, But I like the fact that they're compatible. It's compatible with
Well, when Mayor McCarthy was here, he sponsored a show, which was a large antique show. It was all on the exterior. He had an advisor put up contemporary sculpture of a similar genre. And that worked very well because you have such a beautiful plaza. It's a great place.
I remember that.
Right.
Well, I'm in favor of it.
Okay? Ms. Morris?
I really like the piece. I think it's gonna look great in the north. I just want to thank you, Mr. Pyatt, for your years of service and your commitment to the arts and the community and education. And I do want to give credence to Councilman Frazier's comments, Kazi's comments, because, there is something to say about process and procedure, and maybe when we get together in boards and commissions, you can develop some procedural guidelines or something as it relates to how, art installations are rolled out in the city, and how the council can be informed.
It's more than just art. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to wait until everybody got through. I think it's time for me to interject this. And as far as this, I agree with Mr. Pergasi on this, that we have to have a procedure that doesn't exclude the council, because we're the fiduciary body for the city of Southfield. Therefore, we need to be involved in those things. But as far as this particular process, the art process, we're still on the front end of it. We're brand new at this. We've been at it for a year. I expect us to stub our toe from time to time. When we stub our toe, we're gonna figure out why we stubbed our toe and shine the light on that thing that caused us to stub our toe, fix it and move on. So, any project, and I'm saying any project, simple or difficult, they're never designed and work the same way. They look good on paper, and then when they get ready to do it for real, you find some errors, and you fix those errors and you move on. And I see this. I don't think anyone needs to apologize for what we're doing. It's a growth process, and we're going to get better at it. And I agree with Mr. Picasso that regardless of what the project is, at some point in time, I expect that we're going to get into other phases of the art program. We're doing outdoor art now. We'll do performance art maybe at some other time, and again, we'll go through the process, stub our toe, fix it, move on. So, unless anyone else has anything, I'm going back to Mr. Brightwell's comment, and now you're on.
Make a motion that we act on the Rule 10 on this, whatever the process is. Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Brightwell, supported by Mr. Mandelbaum. We find an immediate need to act on this process. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
I'd like to make a motion that we take the art and install it in the north.
You accept the piece of art?
Accept the piece of art and install it in the north.
Your recommended resolution is here on the page.
Sure.
Your recommended resolution.
Why don't you go ahead and,
Yes, Michael,
All
go
right.
ahead.
To move that we,
Council direct the city.
we direct the city administration, city planner, and arts commission to pursue installation of diversity in the North Evergreen roundabout.
Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Mandelbaum, supported by Mr. Cruz, that we direct the city administration planner and the arts commission to proceed with the plan. Is there any more discussion? We prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. And I, again, thank you, Mr. Pyatt, for your generous donation to the city of Southfield, and I hope you'll be proud of how we install it. And it's even been negotiated the angle that it's going to be installed, so to get the best view. So,
That's correct, yeah.
okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the Arts Commission. This is what, this is part of the process. I think I might have asked for this before. But can the council get a list of places which you deem suitable for art in the future? Because I would like to see that.
Absolutely, yes, we'd be delighted to do that. We have that list prepared, and much of it involves city parkland, and so we were waiting to meet with the new director of Parks and Recreation to make sure that we are in sync with her ideas about this
I
project.
want to see a list of.
There's also the cost factor,
Right.
that we're working on getting quotes on, or estimates on what it would cost to move pieces or install.
Right.
That's a consideration.
Well, I just want to see the potential places for placement of art.
Yeah.
Because,
I see what he's saying. It's even more than the places for the art that we already have, but where our future places.
yeah, because various people may know artists, and I might know someone, I said, well, this would be ideal spot, I can run it back through the art commission. But primarily just provide us with potential places that you guys like.
So I just
We've
want,
got that, and we'd be glad to
Okay.
provide you with that.
I totally agree.
not all the council were on at the time, but we did have a joint meeting last fall. And draft guidelines were presented with preliminary recommendations. We're at the point, the mayor's been very industrious, discovering a lot more art out there. We've got some more pieces, doing some cost estimating. Now we have the cost estimates of 4 or 5 pieces installed, so we have a range. And it is the commission's intent within the next month to update that and then forward that to council. And part of that updating also includes guidelines for accepting art. So we've been working diligently for the last 6 months, and we want to just repackage everything, and then we'll give you an updated version of the art guide with all the recommendations, and then we can work with boards and commissions on procedures.
I just want to see it.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll give you a call. Okay.
Thank you for.
I'm coordinating with Bob over here.
Is it wide enough for me to get up?
I don't know what you're, if you want me this way? Yeah, why don't,
Thank
can you
you,
get up
sir.
through here?
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
You might have to.
I like
Bob?
Is that door doesn't, that door doesn't,
Right, we can go right up this way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we can get.
again.
Okay, thanks so much. Some of you haven't seen it. Shall I leave this copy, maybe?
Oh, no, we'll get it later.
We'll get it later, yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy the piece. I think it should be presented if you're starting 2 feet off the ground, because your flowers are all circular.
They have a long
That's
agenda.
the area.
Bob, take care of it.
Right. Bye-bye.
The next item on our agenda is OHM. We moved up, if you recall, we moved that up to the next spot on our agenda because our visitors will have a 3.5-hour drive after they leave here.
I'll give a brief introduction. Mr. Aceves here? Oh, there you are. Okay. Do you want to say anything? So as the council has been aware for the last 4 to 6 months, the OHM team has been working closely with the steering committee on a recommended vision with many components, including marketing, branding, communications, market research, and so forth. And the OHM team is here tonight to present a preliminary draft plan that has been vetted through the steering committee, as well as input from the business community and several public workshops, including a website. This is a draft. I believe you were given a copy of the draft plan. It's a work in progress, but our hope is that the presentation will be made, questions answered for discussion purposes, and then the team will come back in 2 weeks at your regular meeting for adoption, and that is adoption of the guidelines to allow us to move through the next steps. As your planner, I strongly recommended that we take it through the master plan sub-area process and actually hold a public hearing and have it come back to council and have it officially adopted as your guidelines. That will set the stage for developing an overlay development district that will be an umbrella for the entire 120 plus acres, so that as we get development on a piece by piece or a sub-area by sub-area, that we'll have established guidelines. They're going to talk a little bit about design standards to help us get to that next step. So this is a very important first step, the vision plan. I think Tom's going to talk a little bit about the next steps as far as brokerage and attracting developers. But we still have a lot of work to do to protect the city's interest for the long-term future with regard to design, development, what we'd like to see, the implementation of the vision. And so with that, I'll turn over to Aaron, and he'll get us started, and then we'll be up, answer questions. I'll get you up running.
If you give your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Aaron Dominic. I live at 770 Morning Street, Worthington, Ohio.
You gotta do some filler here while we get everything.
Got some magic tricks.
You timed out on us, Mr. Cruz.
I can do some filler. I just wanted to say thank you to members of council, mayor, staff, to have us back again to present this important project to you. I know you've seen a lot of our team around over the last couple months, both in terms of the formal meetings, but also out in the community, in the newspapers, and this is kind of the culmination of all of that work that we put into this over the last couple of months. You need to go view full screen here.
That is full screen.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Sarah. I will try to adjust the lights.
Wonderful. Painless filling. So as I said, this is the culmination of all of that work. And you have before you a draft. I'm going to talk not to that draft, but more to how we got to where we are, high level picture of the things that we've been up to and kind of the final development plan that you have before you today. I had this fun slide last time, and I want to just try to hold questions to the end. I will be relatively brief with this presentation. We felt it would be best for us to be brief and allow time for questions and answers with Mr. Howe and Tom Carter, since we're all here as a team together to answer those questions. So the simple agenda for the presentation is here. One is, excuse me, I've always been clear to kind of update you on the process and what we've been doing, how we got to where we are, and what the next steps are. I'll talk very briefly about the engagement. I gave you a very thorough update about the engagement last time I was here, and we've only really had one or two steps since then, which I'll touch on. I'll spend most of my time talking about the final plan, and then end with what are the next steps, where are we going to make this whole plan go. On the project update, we've extended our schedule a little bit since we originally started here with you to about 5 months. So here we are, the September 12th meeting. We've gone through these major phases of the launch, this discovery of boots on the ground, getting into tunnels, getting into building, doing our research. Spent a lot of time listening, which I'll talk a little bit about today, listening to this community. And we imagined, we created a plan. We came back and we tested it. So we tested it with the development community, we tested it with the public, we tested it online. We had another meeting today with the neighborhood group sharing the results right up to the very end. And then here we are at kind of the strategized piece, which we're going to talk about how we move this thing forward to make it happen. Here's the project purpose that we've been working from the entire across the time that we've been working on this project. And it really focused on how do we position this property to its highest and best use in the marketplace, and then set a vision and a framework together for us to achieve that vision. Here are some of the goals. I think I'm not wanting to go back very much into detail what I've already talked about, but I think it's important to kind of reset the compass a little bit in terms of the project. And number one was to establish that iconic local regional destination. This was an iconic destination, and part of our charge was to rethink how it can be that great place again. Public space was at the center of our discussion for two reasons. One, this place was about the community, and we wanted to keep that kind of theme true. But also we know that public space is an activator of good design and to make a project really viable in the future to bring people to the space. So that was a key theme. Pedestrian and vehicular connection, both internal and external from the site. Flexibility in the design, I'll talk about that. Incorporating innovative and sustainable solutions. Today, we're not talking about that. We're not doing something right. So that was something that was considered. And then thinking about the adaptive reuse on the site. So one of the things we talked about last time was the power plant and the Hudson building as being those key features. So on the engagement front, we've had a lot of great press on this project. Much of that's on the ImagineNorthland.com website. To date, I think we've had over 19 stories published over the last 4 to 5 months, so that's pretty good press in a short amount of time. That's included TV and print, and then great coverage and momentum from the public meeting on the 23rd. What we've done now is we're essentially working to transition this PR process to our public relations director. Michael will be taking that piece over. We'll be giving him the tools to continue to talk about the project and promote it in the marketplace. So what have we done during this public process? Well, we've done a number of things. We've met with stakeholders, 30 different stakeholders within the community, representing I think about 15 different groups. We've had a design shred, a public meeting, and since we were last with you, we've had the second public meeting and continued online input. So online, I think we kind of had a slow start, and I think that's that's natural when we're condensed into a time frame like this. But as momentum built and all that media coverage started to take shape, we actually started to get a lot of traction online. So last time I took these numbers was last week. We had more than 2,000 unique visitors to this website and 4,277 page views. That's pretty good in a very short amount of time. So obviously a lot of people are gaining interest in this, and this site's going to continue to be up as we move forward. Public meeting 2 just happened not too long ago. This was at the library. I think we filled the room there. We had about 100 participants, 5 different media outlets. Generally, I felt the attitude was very positive about the project. You'll see what the community said here in a minute. But I think a lot of interest, a lot of enthusiasm versus that you guys are going the wrong direction. And that's why we have that test period to see how we're doing. Some of the folks in the audience today were at that meeting as well. So we asked them 2 questions. What do you like best in the project? And then the second question is, what might you want to see us change? So the things they liked best were the water feature, the mixed use and multi-purpose design, the green spaces, the pedestrian orientation, so the walking orientation of the development. And then it kind of had this spirit of a downtown, a very vibrant place. So those are all key themes. Those are the things you asked us to look at from the beginning. So we captured those, and the public told us that we did that right. So things that they would like to see changed were listed here. And these are based on a number of ideas. We've condensed them down. Obviously, there's key themes in all of those. But those results are listed here. If you look at these, the majority of them are actually captured in the design. So the fact that there's an interest in the rec center, places to eat, and entertainment theaters in there, police presence and station can be programmed into the site, secure areas, we were focused on safety as well, adaptive reuse of the water tower, active adult and age-in-place housing options. Every single one of those things was actually captured in the design. It probably just didn't ring through to the folks in the attendance because that level of detail wasn't presented at the meeting. But we did capture all of those pieces. So in summary, we've had 6 meetings with the public and stakeholders generating over 250 participants, had over 2,000 people online come to the website and either share an idea or read about the project. So that's a pretty good turnout in a couple of months on a project of this scale. So I'll be brief on the engagement. That summarizes what we've done. I gave you a very thorough explanation last time we were here, and it's captured in the report that you have as well. So what you have before you today is a draft document, and it's about 50 pages. We kept it small and nimble. We wanted it to be something you'd want to actually look at and use versus a large document. By the way, the appendix is over 300 pages. We didn't print that and give it to you, but if you want it, staff has it on a digital copy, and we're going to make that available, but we didn't see the need to bind all that for this meeting today. The outline of the plan looks like this. About the project, plan creation. This section is all about what did the public tell us, what did we learn from the environmental, what do we know about the structural integrity of the building, site analysis, etc. Essentially the ingredients we use to create the vision. Then we have the vision and plan, and then a section on implement. And then, of course, the large appendix, which will be a separate document that we're going to bind, so it doesn't weigh down this smaller document. So I wanted to point out that this was a draft. So if you recall, we haven't had much time since the last public meeting, and so this is a working document. So when we come back to you on the 26th, we'll have a final document before you, but the key themes, the content, the core of the plan is all here. We just have to fine tune it. And so we welcome your comments between now and when we come back. When we started out creating the framework, we focused on key principles. And those principles were the key themes of what the public told us the first time around, what we learned from the stakeholders, and what we learned about investigating the site. These principles were really the guiding principles that informed the design of the plan. That included strong pedestrian vehicular networks, dynamic public spaces, a street system which helps define the development and creates a degree of flexibility within the market, development that complements existing land use patterns to what's happening around the site, the integration of innovative solutions, and then finally a plan that capitalizes on the unique characteristics of the site, the topography and the structures. So all of those things I hope ring true when you look at the plan before you that I'm about to share. And the last one was consideration and integration of adaptive reuse. By the way, that's a picture of the inside of your power plant that sits on the site. Pretty cool space. So I'm not going to read through this text, but one of the things I wanted to point out that we talked about the first time around was one of the key things to this was linkages. how are we connecting this site both internally and externally? So we actually did a number of iterations of this. We showed you many of them of the tunnels, how we were trying to work with the tunnels, and over a series of days and multiple iterations of drafts, we came up with this linkage network, and this was actually the roadway network that set up the plan. And what happens is once this started to take shape, you can see how it's creating these unique development blocks. We also had Ken Danter here last time presenting to you on the market study. So essentially what happens is once we get these development blocks in place, we start to program each block. I also pointed out, and Tom may talk about this in a little bit, is that this is not likely one development. So we're essentially creating a series of different developments that can be taken on by different developers over time. So it becomes a phasing, this also becomes our phasing framework over time. From there, we've looked at a lot of different ideas on how to deal with the topography on the site. So that was the grades by the Hudson building. What do we do with that? And we looked at, again, a number of iterations of public space, and it came down to really creating that public space as a central feature and dealing with that grade. And I'll show a picture of that here in a minute. And then creating a series of linkages outward as well. So at the end of the day, all the ingredients on the table, we baked the cake, and we got to this point here. And this is your final vision plan for Northland. We've aligned it with the findings from the market study, so we really try to program this to what we believe is doable within the marketplace. And what I want to point out here is that this is the vision. At the end of the day, the development probably won't take shape exactly like this, but we believe that this framework should ring true everything you're doing and planning for moving forward. We did a series of renderings. This is probably the first time you've seen some of those, so I'll walk you through some of those. So this is in that kind of central green space area, or this is the road coming in off of Greenfield looking back at the Hudson building. So this would be kind of one of your active mixed-use development districts. This is kind of one of the central areas within the development, looking at some of the public space that's been programmed internally, some of the multifamily that sits within the context, unique architecture, that mid-century modern architecture ringing true. By the way, that was the inspiration for the design of the document as well. Trying to hold true to that. This is the large central park in the middle of the site. So you're actually looking back towards the Hudson building here, looking at the frontage of the different mixed-use residential development types. And this really becomes kind of that grand place within the district. So I talked a lot about that public space being important. I talked to Terry before we started tonight about how this can be programmed and the importance of programming it to bring people, create this into a really vibrant space. Whole thing being connected by a series of walkways. And what this actually does is elevates the value of the properties around it. So in essence, we're creating value to the development by integrating this space. This also deals with a lot of the topography and grade that we talked about around the Hudson building that you can see along the roadway. So that's a creative way to deal with that. This is a look at the mixed-use district that you would see coming in off of Greenfield. And then this would be a view of the innovation district over towards Providence Hospital. So a couple of different renderings to bring to life the two-dimensional view of the site plan. One of the key things that we've done, and this is outlined in detail within the document, is identify each district. And this really sets the stage for the overlay and the design guidelines Terry talked about, is how do you deal with this with some of the parts to make the whole. As you recall, we branded each district, and I'm going to talk through each one of these. It's a couple of things to point out. The green space and the street network really helped establish this framework. It's really intended to be very flexible. So a lot of things can happen within each one of these, but the intent should stay true throughout the development. We can do this with or without the Hudson's building. So that was something we identified because of the structure of the building that could be adaptively reused. But ultimately, if something happens, that piece of the puzzle can be developed alternatively into a different use. We take advantage of the Greenfield Road, and then the office and medical office building up here really creates this synergy at the north end. So by the acreage, the Central Park District, the Shopping District, the Lifestyle District, and the Innovation District make up 34, 21, 24, and 40 acres respectively as each of those parts. The Shopping District, as we defined it, sits down here at the southern end of the development. One of the things we are going to think critically about as we move forward is making sure that the architecture level of quality, landscaping, public space is all integrated into development. That really happens in the overlay and the design standards next. But these character images are intended to start to inform that. You'll notice that the total amount of developable space here is about 200,000 square feet of retail and a collection of buildings. That aligns pretty nicely with the market study, by the way. The next district is what we call the lifestyle district. So this sits out here along Greenfield. This is the heart of the development, the activity, the entertainment, the restaurants, where a lot of those things are likely going to be happening. So this district has about 150,000 square feet of mixed-use space and about 200 residential units when built out. Maybe in this pattern, maybe slightly different, but the mix of the uses is intended to stay true throughout the development. We have the Central Park District. You saw the cool renderings of that, the lake, the residential fronting it, activating that space. This is where we have the bulk of the residential at about 540 units. You notice that 300 number, which is really captured mostly in the Hudson's building. Again, the idea there was that we hollow it out and create this grand courtyard in the center of the building. At the end of the day, the front of the building will likely come off. We recommend putting it back, and again, this is where the overlay and design standards are critical, is that if it gets deconstructed, that when it gets reconstructed, it stays true to the architectural intent of that building and the overall architectural theme within this community. The public space, by the way, is about 8 to 10 acres. So that's not an insignificant amount of space there. You know, sometimes you ask yourself, well, are you wasting that space? Could it be developed? Yes, but we actually think there's a lot more value in using the grade and creating a public space to activate the whole development. Okay? The last district is the innovation district. And there's a lot of things happening across the country with creating innovation districts. It's really about this synergy of uses, people, and ideas in a space that feed off of each other and create a place that is really innovative in the ideas, the thoughts, and what is being produced in that space. So that district is up here by Providence Hospital. It has about 200,000 square feet of office space, about 110 units of residential. We also have identified the opportunities for hospitality down here for 125-room hotel, again informed by the market study, and that makes up this district. Finally, we have the Parks Network. One thing that we did talk about early on, and our partners from RTKL were here with us on this journey, is that as we thought about the grade by the Hudson's building, one of the spaces that really inspired us was 4th Ward Park in Atlanta, Georgia. This is a picture of that park now, and you can see how they dealt with that grade to create this really cool public space, an amphitheater, at the same time deal with the stormwater in a sustainable way. We think this can be a showpiece not only in terms of entertainment and a public space design, but also the innovation and sustainable infrastructure management of the stormwater on the site. Obviously, you drive out there now and the amount of water that concrete shedding is not a good thing. And so we're looking for a better way to deal with that, to pay tribute to the environment, to lower the cost to you to manage all that stormwater, and at the same time, create a really cool amenity. So that's the Parks Network and inspiration around it. So that's a lot packed into a short amount of time, but rather than me keep talking, we wanted to save time for questions from you. But as a recap, the work steps that we've done is the public relations, the site analysis, stakeholder meetings, thorough market analysis. I think that's about 200 pages in total. 2 public meetings, the design charrette, the branding campaign, and the online engagement. The next steps, obviously we have another city council meeting with you. We have the broker RFQ process, which you've been appraised of, and Tom's here to answer questions about that process. We're going to be engaging with Terry to talk more about the development standards and the overlay, and how do we put the regulations in place to ensure that this development actually happens as we've envisioned it. So there's kind of a 2-step process. One is the adoption and coordination with your master plan to codify it, but then we really have to put the detailed design standards in place to really dictate the architecture, the landscape architecture, as well as a number of other elements in the space. We have the final report, which will come back to you. We're going to continue public relations on your front, and then you need to implement the brand campaign. So early on, Moncor delivered to us a branding campaign to promote the development of the site, and that campaign included a number of different pieces in the public realm to promote the interest in the site, not only from the community, but from the development community. And so the next step would be to consult with Mountain Corps on the prioritization of those pieces and then implement the elements as prioritized. Finally, celebrate the project. I mean, this is a landmark project that not every community gets the chance to work on and really set the course for the next 100 years. We work as collectively as a team on a number of projects. None of them are as grand as this one and as inspirational and have really the ability to continue to transform a community like this particular project. So I really appreciate the opportunity to stand here and talk to you about it and be part of a team that's put this together and to help you shape that future for this important community site. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up. We're going to take questions. Tom and Jim are going to come up and join me, and we'll do our best to answer those questions as they come up.
Are there any questions? Ms. Morris?
So, I'm an advocate for family activities, as many of my peers know around the table. You talked about public meeting 2 when you first started the presentation, but in public meeting 1, the second most desired amenity was children area. And so, can you speak to that in this
Sure.
proposed development?
Yeah.
What do you have planned for children or families?
So what we've done is we've set the vision and the framework in place. So the key to all of that is the central part. What we are not scoped to do is kind of get down to the 10,000 foot view and design each one of those spaces within the space. But this is one of the spaces that that activity would be programmed and included. So that includes 2 pieces. One is permanent infrastructure. Are there water features? Active water feature was one thing that this community was very high on, as well as a natural water feature. So the next step would be, as this development takes shape, and Tom has been part of this, and if you've ever been to Easton, one of his projects, and the heart of it is a giant splash pad and space that's activated year-round, whether there's the train installation or the water going, that brings people to space. So that's ultimately something that will happen in twofold. One, as we continue down the road to implement the design guidelines and craft those. And then ultimately, as the development takes shape, that will be something you're going to be working with the development community on to say, hey, this is our vision. How can you help us integrate those pieces into the puzzle? So that's how we're going to move forward with that.
Again, Jim Houck here. I think one of the things that'd be important for you guys to hear from is Tom Carter. Tom's been, on our team from the beginning, bringing incredible insight as a developer of many of the great places that have been done in the country, and part of those development teams, including Easton. He has not had an opportunity to be in front of you guys to answer questions, so I think it's important that we brought him up here so you can answer some questions from him as well. As if you remember at the last meeting, you authorized him to move forward to write an RFQ, to go out to the brokerage community, to try to bring in the right partners for us to make this happen. So I've asked Tom again to come up and to try to give you an update on kind of where he's going with that task and all of that, and then answer any other questions. So, Tom.
Tom Carter, 7227 North High Street, Worthington, Ohio. I have a cold, so I apologize in advance. So obviously the reason all this work has been done is so that we can, imagine the potential of this property, capture the vision, and then really the next steps are to get the market excited. It's been a little bit under wraps, but I mean, the advertising and the marketing has been good, but the development and real estate community wants to know just what's going to happen with this 120 acres. So really the best way for us to get to that is to go out to the brokerage community. And I think given the magnitude of this thing, you really need to get a local large brokerage firm engaged. The good news is it usually costs nothing, and other than commissions, which they'll earn by selling the properties, as you know. But I think the wisdom in going after a local brokerage company that has some development and construction in-house expertise is a good idea. Obviously, everyone here on the staff has their day job, and they don't really have time to develop 120 acres in their part-time. So being able to add to the staff's capacity through one of these large companies utilizing their expertise, I think is highly recommended way to go about it. So we've developed an RFP format. It's not 100% done, it's about 80% done. Some of this will be incorporated in it, and some other exhibits to help define the work that needs to be provided to us. You know, things like relevant experience, the size of your staff, you know, what your marketing plan is, all those sort of things that you would normally ask. So that's the intention, is to move forward, get the RFP done, release it to probably no more than 6 qualified companies here in the Detroit area that know the property, can pitch it, not just to Detroit, but to Michigan and even the Midwest or the country. So more than likely, this is going to be sold out to a number of different developers and real estate companies. You might get lucky, somebody may come in and offer you a big number for the whole thing, and you can take your check and get on down the road. But I think it's essential that, you know, this be done in a way where we can manage and ensure the integrity of the planning that's gone on here, make sure that this gateway property lives up to everyone's expectations. So anyways, I think you know, that's an essential part of this. It's my sales pitch, but you know, I've been in the business a long time, and you know, the brokerage community is essential in being able to move property, and so I think if it's going to go out to a bunch of different owners, someone's got to vet the offers, negotiate the letters of intent and contracts, and keep the process moving forward. And again, without adding city staff, this is going to be the best way to do it. So happy to answer any questions regarding that or anything else.
Mr. Raywell?
Well, and I'm not in the real estate business. Who are some of the, just off the top of your large developers here?
Well, really like Jones Lang, LaSalle, NAI, CBRE.
Okay.
You know, you see their signs on a lot of properties.
Okay,
So
you mentioned Jones Lang, LaSalle. I'm familiar with them. So they're going to be in that category.
yeah, they'll be the big guys that usually have a national footprint. So, you know, you want to make sure not only are they well represented here in Detroit and Michigan, but also have a network to be able to market this thing, you know, across the country.
Okay. Now, once this is hypothetically in your best estimates or best well, you know, with the blue sky scenario, how long would it take to develop this if you got everything fell into place? Well, let's just say get a good portion of it done. Like,
Yeah.
give you a 50%.
Well, you know, there's so many factors, and I don't want to hedge, but you know, obviously economic conditions have a huge determination in the speed of that. You know, if our economy continues to improve, that will have a big impact. So I think the blue sky, you know, if this gets in the paper, it's not good. I think 5 years is probably, you know, a best case scenario. This is a large piece of property. You know, I think your window's probably 5 to 10 years. Realistically, you know, you get a buyer that comes in here with a big use. Could happen, you know, in 3 years.
Ms. Morris?
When do you think the RFP will be finished, or will we receive a copy of it before it gets distributed?
Yeah, I'll distribute it to staff, and then you know, whatever their strategy is for, I'm sure it'll go to legal and everyone else. I'm
Our
not sure.
subcommittee as well.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll prepare it, and it'll go through staff and city council and anybody else who is supposed to weigh in on that before we release it.
And when do you think?
I think that it's probably going to be 3 weeks.
Mr. Mandelbaum?
In the final plan, everything else, I know that there was still some talk about what kind of use we were going to make of the tunnel system. Will that be addressed in this, in the RFP, or in how it's going to be developed? Because obviously, depending on where you are on the site, it would depend on how that tunnel could potentially be used. So I think, I don't know if that that final plan has been addressed in regards to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's certain areas that we've identified design area where we have potential to do that. Now, obviously, as we get around the J.C. Hudson's building, again, there's the ability underneath ground. We talked about everything from potential parking underneath that building. So I think there's an area around that building that we will more than likely save that till we can get further analysis on the reuse potential of that building. Okay? So one of the things we're doing, I know that demolition plans are in process and pretty close to kind of being done. We will go back through with those demolition plans and identify kind of zones that coming out of the master plan, that that's a zone where we're going to leave the ability for further discussion. There'll be considerably wings and areas in there that should probably be removed fairly quickly. So that's part of that process that we go through.
And then, obviously, part of the enticement for developers is, center of it all, Southfield, and it's a great location. How does some of the properties that the city does not own around, so for example, the old Montgomery Wards, the auto center, that tie in, that's right in front of the development, do you see that as a deterrent for some areas or some people that see that?
I don't think it will be. It's the old rising tides lift all ships, so I think the fact that development's going to happen around it, I think that's going to lift the final solution of that property. Fortunately for the people that own that, they're going to get the benefit of these efforts. And, so I think even though we can't control it, the final ultimate use will be much higher as a result of everything we're doing around it, so.
We're gonna work too to include those areas, I believe, in the design standards.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna add. The umbrella of the ODD will include all of the out parcels within the loop. So if they were to come forward with the plan, they would have to meet our higher architectural design standards.
Thank you. The importance is maintaining a little quality front.
So I guess that's going to be included in the overlay district.
There is process, yep.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Ragwell?
What is the stormwater runoff? Will that, I mean, will that handle, what would happen if we have a storm like we had here in 2014 that sort of really hampered the city of Southfield? We had a lot of flooding. So with the stormwater runoff scenario here, is that for the 100-year storm, or what is that?
Obviously, we have to fully engineer that area, but the intention is that it alleviates some of those problems, right? Because there's less runoff going into the system, diverting and maintaining that site. So our goal is to alleviate some of those problems and lessen that impact on the community. Now, we haven't actually designed that space yet to understand. That will happen when that piece of development happens. So that developer or team of engineers, the city will come together and we'll figure that piece out.
And another reason I asked is, well, that's it on the site plan committee. I think several months ago, we had a new development, and about 25% of the cost of that development was stormwater runoff. And that was like a huge, a lot of money for this. It was only 800,000 or something, now 200,000 was stormwater runoff. So maybe that's more of a finance question. There's things that need to be engineered later on down the road, but do you see that as being a typical? Yeah, well, one of the opportunities here is right now there's no real detention system on this site. Everything's going into pipes. So if we develop this centralized system, we will allow the development that occurs in all the individual properties to bring their retention into this centralized system. We also expect, very typical of that situation, is to charge back each one of those developers as they develop those sites, because their stormwater is now being handled in a centralized system. So we'll start to pay the city back, or whoever builds that centralized system, and each development comes online and they pay a proportionate share of that. That's a very typical way of handling these situations.
Let me comment.
when the park area comes up, we've actually already started a dialogue through our lobbyists with the state. We see this as a potential DNR grant, the same grant that we had on Evergreen Road for the TAP grant. I've had that conversation with SEMCOG. Now that we're at the point where we've got a concept plan, staff has something that we can start having different dialogues and conversations with both state and federal agencies. Al, Shelley, Terry, and myself have been in meetings where we know the state wants to be part of this project, the size of it. And they're saying things, you know, whether it's MISTA, Michigan State Housing Development Authority, Michigan Economic Development Corporation, the MDEQ, MDNR, there are opportunities. But now that we've got a tangible product and some concepts, we can start having a very different dialogue. People, you know, folks at SEMCOG have been coming and attending some of the meetings. You know, we'll now move this to a different level of planning as well. The regional stormwater, this is part of a combined storm sanitary system. This a lot, when it rains, it's not being treated today.
Sure.
It completely sheet drains into the system. This will be a wonderful opportunity to stop and reduce what we send downstream at the meter at 8 Mile in Southfield.
Okay.
If
Go ahead,
the water,
Mr. Manuel.
if the water feature is designed correctly, you could probably make some money from people throwing cones in.
If this is done right, what goes downstream will probably end up being cleaner than anything that's happened.
Oh, no question.
I have a question, and that is, ultimately, we're about 2 or 3 steps away from the whole project. First of all, it's the broker, and then the broker sells it to a developer. The developer finds a contractor. How do we control the highest and best use that we think we want there once a contractor gets their hands on that piece of property? If they decide, yeah, we don't like what you guys think it is, we want to put something else there.
Yeah, I was talking to your treasurer about that earlier. Of course, when the economy goes south, everybody starts compromising. And so, you know, it's always a dialogue that has to be had. It's how soon do you need the money, you know, versus how much do you want to control the integrity. I don't think you can answer that. I mean, obviously, we have the blueprint here for keeping this at a high level. And, you know, it really comes down to what the economic pressures are within the city of Southfield on, you know, how much you'll back off or modify the quality. I think with the overlay district, you know, you have or I guess the guidelines is really the right term, but with the guidelines, you have an ability to specifically mandate the quality. So, and I'm not sure administratively how this is all going to be handled, but you know, it's got to go through a committee or staff's review to make sure it's within compliance of those guidelines. So
That question actually sets the stage for the next item number 8. The design guidelines with the overlay development district will put the city in the best position of strength. If we decide to compromise our standards, then it'll be a collective decision we have made as a community.
Well, unless I misunderstand it, they can follow our design guidelines without putting exactly what we've visualized being that spot.
yeah.
I mean, I think Terry and I could probably tag team this one, but essentially we're gonna end up with two tools, right? The plan, which is gonna dictate the types of uses and where they should go. And then that'll be codified into the overlay and design guidelines, which will specifically call out the types of uses, the building heights, the materials. And ultimately, if that's not followed, and Terry's enforcing that, then you have a different question on your hands, which is, you have to make an informed decision. Are you gonna grant a variance because economic pressures are forcing you that way? Or are you gonna stay true to the specific uses and the specific location and the specific quality? That's just like you do on any other site plan.
Yeah, and right now it's regional shopping, which has a whole host of uses that includes gas stations and so forth. If the council, working with the design team, say that maybe is not an appropriate use, then that would be taken out of the permitted uses. So we would encourage the ones that we wanted positively and take out the ones that we know we don't. And the combination of the use, allowable uses versus the design standards will help steer. I'm also convinced, though, that this stormwater management feature that can become a public park in green space for programming can act as an anchor in itself. And that will help spur development. And we know that we have, as we've talked before, the partnerships with the hospital, with OCC. Housing has been, first time in 6 years, we got 3, 4, 5 housing plans that people are coming to that's supportive. So we're gonna be kickstarting a lot of development. As Mr. Zorn had said, staff can now start working on incorporating this in the Recreation Master Plan, which then is the lead to DNR grants, stormwater management, MEDC. All of these tools will be coming into play. And I would imagine that whether it's the city developing this or a developer, then those costs would be spread out as a special assessment or something as each piece comes in. So that's the beauty of it, is that there's multiple paths to getting us to where we are. But I think everyone would agree, the footprint itself is not going to look exactly the way.
And to that point, this is a mixed use. We're calling for a broad mix of uses in here. And it's based on the market study that we've done today. But we also intentionally designed these districts with flexibility to adjust to a changing market. We can't have the vision of where the market will be 5 years down the road. So that's been designed into these districts and designed into this plan that allows that flexibility in the marketplace. And the other thing that I think is really important to understand, what we have right now is a large single-use type property. And by building in the flexibility of all these various uses, we allow certainly to more diversity in the marketplace. I'm getting into your area, but it allows that area to kind of adjust to what's happening in the marketplace.
Ms. Ward?
I was just going to say that obviously an additional tool you have as owner of the property is that you can deed restrict, you can enter into development agreements. So, not only do you have your ODD and your standards, but as an owner, you have additional rights that, generally we don't have with respect to development of property, so.
I'm just thinking of how long we talked about putting a piece of art in North Roundabout. Any other questions?
What action is necessary at this point? We
The
got a recommendation from the city.
Actually, this will come back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're going to come to our next meeting,
What
the
about-
26th.
What about this other item?
Oh, the design standards.
Yeah, that's their next piece.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're going to, that's step number 2.
If we have comments or questions, who can we call?
Probably
For the
call
next meeting, if we find that we come up with
Al or Barry.
Yeah, Al or I or Shelley, we'll be happy to field your questions and prepare them before the
For the next-
presentation.
council meeting, okay.
Yeah.
If you want to see other pictures, you got 7 minutes and 47 seconds.
Is the water feature going to be more than a reflecting pond, or is it going to be something that is going to be a water feature that we need to deal especially with it because it's for our safety and for
Right. I would say, the concept is that you probably will have some aeration, you'll have some fountains, you'll have a waterfall feature. I think, Aaron, in your previous presentation, the smaller piece where the amphitheater is, that could be used as an ice rink. So I think it'll have multiple uses. Importantly, it's gonna treat stormwater and it's gonna keep it in one space. Then above and beyond that, it's gonna have multiple, uses and benefits, and especially concentrating it all in the low spot. We'll do the math through the brownfield, but just probably filling that hole could cost millions of dollars, and you'd still have to deal with the stormwater at some future point. And that's what I I appreciate about this vision is taking advantage of what's there and working with it.
This in and of itself right here is a project to design. And that will take, I'll go through a process, a detailed process to do that, just like we would in Urban Plaza, that you would see in downtown Detroit or something like that. But the idea would be that this gets designed so that can be programmed in all 4 seasons. And you can do a variety of activities for all ages here.
Yeah, I could see even having the Parks and Rec folks involved in kids or adults having remote control boat races out there and those kind of things that draw people in to see what's going on. And then Ari's kids will be in getting coins out of
That's right. Whatever it takes.
Okay? Any other, now, Ms. Seymour?
It's still not clear to me what is going to be planned or what's thought to the basement structure. It's like a city down there. That's not been, I mean, somebody said it's pretty parking.
We've studied that, and so we believe the majority of it will have to be filled. What filled, and what we maintain under, it is huge.
Lots of cement.
But we've looked at building over it and capping it, and the maintenance of that, the ventilation of it, management of the water in there, becomes a real problem. What actually is maintained under the Hudson building, if that's adaptively reused, is a different story. That's a calculated decision that particular developer is gonna have to make with that piece of the puzzle.
Does it go beyond the Hudson
Oh,
building?
yes. There are some renderings in there that show you where the tunnels are. I can tell you.
Well, I've seen some of them, we've, some of us have been down
Yeah.
there, and it did seem to be quite extensive.
The majority of it will be removed.
Removed, not filled.
Well, it has to be filled when it's removed.
Yeah, but I mean, it's different.
If you look at page 28, you can see the extent of those tunnels.
Okay.
And they extend far
I
beyond
don't
the
have
Hudson.
that.
But
It was in
again,
your
also,
package.
understand that tunnel system underneath Hudson building is integral to the foundation of that building. So that will more than likely, if Hudson's going to preserve, that area will be preserved.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
That's it, thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, you can go into phase 2 of your presentation.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Let me just go ahead.
Go ahead and I'll jump in.
Okay. I think as it's been brought up a couple of times, the importance of the design standards process in here. Again, we're showing you a vision. We know that we'll have people in here, developers, other users in here, that want to do something a little different than what we've seen. We know that. Okay? So the glue that holds this all together over the development of this time period is these design standards. And in my opinion, in working with a lot of these projects, and Tom will probably counter this, it's as most important, it's as important as the plan. Because that's what you will use as every project comes in to judge, does it fit the vision, does it fit where you want to go. Okay? So the proposal that's in front of you is for us to take, again, our team, we brought in Carlson RTKL, for a reason out of Dallas, is they're one of the world-class architects when it comes to developing these types of places. Okay? They're going to be part of our team to develop a set of design standards for this project. Now, what we're talking about is really a two-piece design standards. One of them is a design guidelines booklet. The design guidelines booklet will go into a lot of detail regarding architectural vernacular, how to handle that, use of materials, use of a lot of different areas to act as a guidelines to that developer, architect, builder as they get ready to build the project. What are we looking for? Okay? So that'll be a guideline. It will be flexible intentionally to allow for that flexibility of design that we don't know yet, but it will be a strong intent document that will set forth what are the quality levels, what's the design vernacular, what's the intent we're looking for in the document. Okay? So that's that set. It will also deal with areas like use of green space, how do you interlake green space with building. It will cover on a lot of those design elements. There'll be a second part of this, which are the sets of ODD standards. Okay, that will be part of the ODD process. You can jump in now to help me codify set A standards that will go with this. So this intent document will work in concert with these sets of rigid standards as part of the ODD process.
Right, and so one simple example is, if we don't want one-story drive-through restaurants, then our requirement is minimum of 30 feet, 2 stories, and we don't allow drive-throughs. And that gets articulated in the regulations. So we have a vision of what it looks like if we want all brick or stone, or we say weathered materials or some combination. We can get that rigid. And you know, my recommendation is that the vision would guide that and not get so prescriptive. You know, some of the form-based code says you have to have 28% glass and 14% this and 15% that. It might make sense in a historic district. I think one of our benefits is the diversity of architecture that we have here in this community. But we certainly, if there's a scale, if there's the setbacks, if we want to try to create this pedestrian environment, that can all be done through these guidelines that are above and beyond what we currently have in our ordinance. Our zoning ordinance does not have detailed design guidelines with regard to architecture. So this would be setting the stage of what we would like to see. And then it might get down to, in these districts, you have to have an 8 or 10 foot wide pedestrian walkway, provide an extra 5 feet for outdoor seating, or you have to have this many street trees, or maybe even you gotta dedicate 10 or 15% of your land area to public plaza. So that's the kind of detail that we would get into the overlay development district. As Ms. Ward had said, we have the greatest control of what we own, but we could apply this overlay, if we want to, all the way up to 9 Mile and or broader, so that as new development, new private development comes in, it has a consistency that feeds into this design.
So again, this will be controlled through your ODD process going through. So again, these two documents, again, this design guideline, which sets the intent we want, working in concert with the strict ODD document, will be the two tools that you will use as developments come through and working with your staff to say, is this fit, you know, the intent and the vision behind what we created here. And purposely, again, will allow some of that flexibility. Carrie's absolutely right. We can't get rigid enough to say we'll have this percent brick, this percent stone, this much window, because we don't, this is gonna be developed out of a longer period of time. We don't know what the trends, changes, and uses will come in. So we have to create a strong intent document that sets that standard that we were looking for. Go ahead and set those rigid ODD standards and allow that flexibility to work between that, so that staff and you have the ability to meld these things as they come through to fit the right vision.
You know, I was gonna say something about that, you know, because I'm the guy that gets controlled by those. You know, I'm on the opposite side of it. When those are well written, they still give you the flexibility to do what you need to do to have a viable business. But, you know, it does, and it ensures really good architecture, good planning, but it doesn't say, okay, everything's red brick, you know, everything's white trim. It gives you a lot of latitude, but for the city and people involved, it just controls quality, is really what you're talking about. It's not trying to make everything look a certain way. So, and it's, these things are very extensive and very well thought out, and you know, the ones they did 10 years ago aren't as good as the ones they have today, because they just keep getting better. So, you know, it is essential. I think the plan is great. The plan's going to change 100 times. The standards are going to be the things that keep you, you know, between the ditches, you know, in the fairway. So it's really essential.
And to Tom's point, it's really important. Thanks, Tom. You know, if we don't do a good job writing these standards and we say something like that, it will all be red brick. We'll be in here changing it all the time, and we'll lose that sense of consistency that we're trying to develop over it. So we got to build that, we got to set the standard, but allow that flexibility to go through. And you have a great staff, and Terry, all that, to make sure that that vision is carried through to what comes in front of this board for approval.
And if I could just add, you know, if you think about downtowns that you've been at, they weren't all built at the same time or the same era. There's an eclectic mix of different genres and different architectural styles, and it's that diversity that makes them unique and makes them the place you want to be. If you've been to some of these failed where they try to build everything that looks the same, it doesn't have a genuine authenticity to it.
But won't there be some variation in the design standards per the community, so you have your innovation?
Absolutely.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
all built into that design standard
Yes.
booklet.
So there might be slightly different standards for each of the districts, but an overarching theme that unifies everything together. Obviously, if the housing district is going to look somewhat different than the mixed-use district or the innovation district, but they might all still have those common pedestrian elements and so forth.
So you're, if I understand you right, you're saying that if a national company wants to come into our commercial end, retail end, and it has a standard design for their buildings, that this design standards can accommodate that, if it's different than we.
If it's appropriate. I can tell you long enough, I worked with national standards and they have their cookie cutter A design, A not being the best, but the ones they want to get in and out. And then they have a plan B that they've had to modify for certain communities, and then they'll have a plan C that they don't really want to work with, but that in a unique historic area or so. So even every McDonald's, every AutoZone, they have multiple plans and visions, and they go through a lot of rebranding themselves. So they can work within the guidelines if they're reasonable. And they will raise a higher standard if they want to be there, because the market, the placemaking all makes sense. And if you see even the Walmarts and others, if they're in a downtown historic location, you'll have a different look than if it's out in green pasture.
Yeah, and again, we have a gentleman over here that's designed or worked on the design and development of some of the great places in the office. So we got somebody right now that we can pass these design standards through, that can look at it as a developer and say, you know what, these can be done and still assure the quality. So that's what we want to do. We want to assure the quality and that eclectic place that Terry was talking about, but we want to make sure that we're creating a standard that will set the right bar, but will allow that flexibility for you to attract the right users. And believe me, if they're done properly, it can work that way.
Okay, Mr. Mellenbaugh.
I have a question on this. Your last presentation, you said that you're going to come back in our September 26th meeting, and we're going to have an adoption of the redevelopment plan, which will include development design, preparation, which the proposal to be adopted at the September 26th meeting. But then when we talk about the design standards, it say that the project will take 4 months. Is it a different project?
Well,
Or am I not understanding?
you're going to be adopting the vision plan, which is this draft.
Okay.
But the design development standards that are going to be part and parcel to the ODD is about a 4-month process to get that all fleshed out and bring it back to you for adoption. And while we're working on that, we're going to concurrently, we'll maybe be behind 6 weeks, we'll concurrently move the ODD through so that they kind of in time, automobile assembly, they come together to you, that they can be adopted at the same, concurrently with each other. So you'll have the guidelines and then the actual regulation part that will follow shortly after. And that'll take about 4 months.
Right, and understand, the first thing that you need to do is adopt kind of the plan, and then we work to develop the vision, or the standards that will deliver the plan. So that's kind of why we asked you to adopt the plan first, and then we move forward with the development of the standards.
Okay.
Okay.
Something else I want to add on that is, back to the brokerage piece, you really don't want your brokers out trying to sell property without this guideline. Otherwise, someone will slip it under the radar screen, and your first guy in will be doing something that's not consistent with what you want. So from a timing standpoint, the sooner this can be done, the faster you can start marketing your property and maintain the integrity of the development.
I mean, if you went to an architect and want to build a new house and you say, I want arts and crafts, that's a certain look. But then you got to drill down to, do you want field stone, do you want limestone, do you want granite countertops first? That's all the details that have to be worked out to support that vision of an arts and crafts home.
So in our September 26th meeting, we're approving
The vision.
The vision, and then in about
3 or 4 months.
3 to 4 months, we'll actually have the
Regulations.
nitty-gritty.
Yes.
And supported by design guidelines. So that'll flesh out the concept to actually show examples of what a multifamily residential should look like in this scenario, what a mixed use with retail on the first floor, office on the second floor may look like. And loose enough that there's some flexibility, but again, I try to oversimplify. We don't want a one-story typical cookie cutter fast food restaurant on there. It's gonna have to meet it's gonna have to look like this. It can be integrated, but it's gonna look like this.
So those design standards or those guidelines could say, for example, any residential unit taller than 3 stories needs to have a green roof.
Yeah.
For example,
Yeah,
something
or
like that.
something like that. I mean, we went through a similar process with Arbor Lofts, and we have some very loose guidelines there. We don't have design standards, and I know there's kind of mixed reception, but if we had this in place, that would better inform the architect and the developer on what the ultimate look would be across the street. We are not there yet, and on a parcel by parcel basis, I think we've been successful in negotiating that. But this is a large development, and you know, for all of us to work in harmony with each other, we need to have these in place.
Then you got a much better chance of achieving those qualities if you can hand them a better document up front, because then you're not fighting with them in the end. You know, they know what they're expected to them before they ever start the design
And
process.
that's the key about transparency and timing. You know, and ultimately, if you're upfront, what frustrates developers the most is they go through 90, 120 days, and then elected officials are nitpicking the design or saying, I want this, I want that, without the backup or the support of the design guidelines and the regulations. They know what they're getting into up front, and that's a much more cost-effective way to get development. It's the unknown that scares developers the most.
Yeah, it's the unknown, and there's really kind of a double-edged sword to this. One is the cost will probably go up because the standards are higher, but also the value of the property goes up if he goes to sell it or whatever he intends to do with it, because it's a part of something of a higher quality. So theoretically, they kind of offset each other.
So then, which I agree and I like, and I was just confused about the timing, the way maybe it was just the way it was worded, I wasn't understanding. However, again, maybe I'm nitpicking here, but it says the development patterns and written guidelines will be presented to council when finalized.
Mhm.
So once they're finalized, we won't have, will we have a say in those designs?
Yeah, so I would imagine, just like we're doing tonight, right, it's discussion.
Okay.
And then you would direct, you give input, and you would direct to say, okay, now planner and team, go back through the process, and would you direct it back to the planning commission, they would further vet it, they'd hold a public hearing and then come to council. But you would have the first glance look at it, and then if you felt that it was 90% complete, you would direct us now to take it through the process to get it adopted, and then ultimately we'll come back to you for final adoption. Similar to what we did with the master plan. You saw it several times before it went through the formal process of adoption, and you had the last say.
So it's really presented to council in the draft is finalized, would be a better way to.
Well, and let me again try to help you on this. You know, what you're approving here, okay, is a two-dimensional plan that sets what things are gonna be doing on the ground, what the land uses where the roadways will be, what the uses are. The pictures you're seeing here is our artist drawing pretty pictures, okay? We didn't tell him, make it look like this, make it look like this, he's just good at drawing pretty pictures, that's what we pay him for, okay? So, yeah, now is when we need to really define what it will look like. Those sets of standards will define what it will look like. As we develop that, we will bring it back to you and show you visuals that say, this is the style we're looking at, this is how it'll work together, this is what it will do, and then you'll get a chance to have a say in that before you finally adopt it.
And it's all based on the premise of the public input today. You know, the visions that people like and you like will give us the course direction. Then we have to shift course a little bit, we can
So
do
we'll
that.
have more standardized pretty pictures.
That's right.
Yes, and you'll be actually be able to look at the picture and know that's the direction we're going and it's gonna look something like this. I can't tell you the pictures
You know, because we haven't gone through the process yet. The nice pictures, that's why we draw them in watercolors, that they look real soft, and because we don't have a building design yet, so we're creating artist rendering. So that process will all be flushed out through this, which is why this process is so critical to a successful. You know, a lot of times developments don't have that, and then you're at the mercy of whoever buys the property to decide what it's gonna look like. He's standing in there showing you this, and then you can say, I like it or don't like it, and that gets to be an ugly process. We wanna get up front of that. We wanna have a say in what this thing will look like and get you to have a say in this, so when it goes to that developer, he knows what is expected of him.
Got it. We have a good example of this that you probably all witnessed is on the retail side. When a developer has a sign standard, you know, maybe all the signs are white and they're backlit, and it looks very classy and organized and all that. And then there's the guy that anything goes, you know, it looks like a Christmas tree, and you've got flashing lights and everything else, and you know, you can tell the difference. So this is really a more comprehensive version of that.
Okay. You've heard the presentation. Oh, Mr.
Ready
Duffy.
for a motion?
I'm ready for the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that the redevelopment design standards request of OHM be approved in accordance to the letter of September 12th.
You need a Rule 10 first.
I'll
Yeah,
move
we're-
for
Want to do
Rule
the Rule
10.
10 first?
Yeah.
I move for Rule 10.
It's been moved by Mr. Percassi that we find an immediate need to act.
Support.
And it's been supported by Mr. Brightwell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'll repeat that motion I made, that in regards to the development design standard proposal, Northland redevelopment, the amount of $70,000 is being retained OHM for this project.
Okay, not to exceed 7,000.
Not to exceed $70,000.
It's been moved by Mr. Percassi, supported by Ms. Morris, that we approve the recommendation as drafted. Are there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. You've got your marching orders.
All right.
All right? Checks in the mail.
By the way, what we have so far is really a great job.
Yes. Okay, now moving on, we're at item 2. What it says item 2 on our agenda. This is the proposed master plan and phase 1 development for Calabat properties.
See you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Yep, be safe.
Al, Albert, Al, take care, brothers.
Al.
Can't hear.
I'll be back.
See you.
Then I'll come back and see you.
Okay, item 2. Representative of Calabat Engineering, JSK Design, would like to be placed on your September 12th committee of the whole to discuss their master development plan for 9.87 acres on 8 Mile Road and Rutland, yes. Should know that well.
Northland on the other end.
And Northland on the other end. And here's the parcel, and it's been vacant for quite some time. I know in the past, the council has entertained the church, they've entertained multiple family. A few years ago, we came to council and rezoned the frontage for B3 commercial because we felt that that would help market the property. But to protect the residents to the north, we left the rear northern parcel under Education Research Office for likely a residential development and to create a buffer. We have a proposal today for phase 1 of this development that includes a 3-tenant retail of over 10,000 square feet and a convenience gas station as a starting point. That's what's being considered for site plan approval, but they would like to outline their master concept plan for the entire 9 acres, and they feel that this phase 1 development will help spur future developments in the near future. One of the positive things that the Planning Commission worked with the developer on is cleaning up the entire frontage under phase 1. And so even though there may be a couple hundred feet of frontage for phase 1, the entire several hundred feet will get cleaned up with an 8-foot pathway consistent with a non-motorized pathway plan, wrought iron fencing, brick piers, and to complement the obelisk project on Rutland and 8 Mile to the west, they're going to build a sister plaza, similar size and scope and scale, and put their required art installation at that corner, all under phase 1. So without getting into too much detail, I'm going to turn it over to Gaiden, and you can get more into the detail of phase 1 and what your overall concept is, talk about the stormwater feature, the buffering, and what the likely scenario of the timeline for development may be. Thank you, Terry.
If you'd give your name and business address for the record, please.
Absolutely. My name is Aiden Calabat. We're at 31333 Southfield Road, Suite 250 in Beverly Hills, Michigan. And I am engineer on the project for Calabat Engineering. So today we're here before you to a much more humble project here than the one before us. We've only got about 10 acres here, but we like to clean up the existing site and actually put some good mixed-use development on this site. That, as Terry said, is both utilizing the B3 zoning in the front of the property as well as softening back up to kind of blend back into the residential zoning behind it. So in order to do that, we're proposing a large housing facility in the back. Right now we're looking at an independent senior housing facility. As Terry mentioned, though, we're looking at a master plan, so still a bit of a moving target. In order to kind of spark interest from tenants and people who would like to occupy this space, we've come up with what we feel is a great first step. So we're presenting our phase 1 of this development, which consists of 10,000 square feet of 3-tenant general retail space. We have a tenant who occupy the center occupancy, which is oftentimes the most difficult to sell, which would be a large market or C-store, convenience store. And then we have a drive-through end cap on one side of the building, and then another tenant space on the other side. Now, in front of the 10,000 square foot building, we also are proposing a fuel service station. The fuel service station is kind of a newer concept for gas stations. It is completely separated from the retail use behind it. It's actually more of just a gas station kiosk. The building itself is only about 200 square feet, consists of an office and a bathroom. So you basically have an attendant and a restroom for him to use. The tenant who is going to be occupying that land lease would be operating 24 hours as well, which would be a good, very great commodity for the community in that area. We did several studies as far as the fuel service in this area, and specifically along 8 Mile corridor within Southfield, and realized that surprisingly this area was underserviced for gas stations. The two closest gas stations that we have are on the opposite, actually the closest is on the opposite side of Southfield Freeway on 8 Mile, which poses a bit of a difficulty for people who are trying to get onto Southfield Freeway from 8 Mile, as they have to pass the Southfield Freeway, pull into the gas station, and the only way to get back onto the freeway is to get on 8 Mile, make the U-turn, turn around, go up to the next turnaround, make that again, and come back, and then get onto Southfield Freeway. So very difficult for and particularly the residents behind here, if they're leaving here and headed that way, stop and get fuel in the morning. So
Are
one
you
of the
saying
other
that traffic that's going west on 8 Mile, that
Yes.
west?
Yep.
There's no curb cut, there's no curb cut on the service drive out of that gas station?
There is to take you back, would be south, down the Southfield Freeway.
Oh,
But to head
but you're saying
northbound
you're going
on the
north.
southbound
Okay,
Southfield
okay.
Freeway,
Okay.
you'd have to pass over, you know,
Yeah, okay.
it'd be a complicated
All right.
route. Yep.
So you talk about the traffic study and,
Yeah, so
ingress, egress.
we did also, hadn't talked about that. We also conducted a traffic impact analysis for this development for the full master plan of the development, in order to determine, you know, what type of impact this development of this size would have on 8 Mile Road. And the major result, or, you know, finding from the study was that most of the traffic that would be generated by this development is existing on 8 Mile, would just be capturing a lot of that traffic. So one of the things that we've also had discussions with MDOT regarding driveway approaches and how to construct those, and one of their requirements was to install an acceleration deceleration lane to service both driveway approaches from 8 Mile Road to this property. So that is also being proposed under Phase 1. So our Phase 1 would consist of, as Terry mentioned earlier, the full right-of-way improvements, 8-foot wide sidewalk all the way around the property. It would consist of both driveway approaches into the property, the corresponding acceleration deceleration lane, the landscaping along there as well, and then the 3-tenant building and fuel service station here. So one of the reasons we went with the fuel service station as the Phase 1 is that it really anchors the site. And actually, during the last month or so that we've kind of gotten closer to obtaining the site plan approval, we've had a lot more interest in the site than we've ever had from retail and commercial uses. So this use has actually proven to be a great anchor to, nobody wants to take the first step and take the risk and put their business in. But the gas station, fuel service station concept really helped give us that first step and put a foot in the door so that we can get something in the ground. And we really believe that once we breaking ground on this site and people start to see, new development going in here, and they start to see, good, clean-looking development with nice, roadside features from the front, that it'll spark a lot more interest for the rest of the development, which will help steamroll and make those other phases a lot quicker.
You talk about future phasing.
Did not get into future phasing. We're still kind of unsure. It's really where the interest lies most. Right now, we have a lot of interest, luckily enough, in this portion of the parcel right here to develop these two buildings here. We're working with a potential tenant to develop those two buildings. They kind of like to reconfigure them a little bit so that they're both right now phased as medical office. So there's concepts that we're working on to try and bring the two buildings a little bit closer together and tie them more together as one sort of district for medical office there. So that's likely the next step. But really, we're looking at the mixed-use commercial next to it as another potential upcoming phase shortly after Phase 1. But Phase 1, we have, like I said, all the right-of-way improvements, the 3-tenant building, the fuel service station, and all of the stormwater detention facilities, which we've located in the back of the site. So that's another key thing for Phase 1 is that it puts a lot of the infrastructure into place, so that when the future phases come in, there's really not a lot of underground infrastructure that needs to be developed. Stormwater is already there and addressed for the entire site, size for the entire site to handle all the runoff. Also creates a very nice soft landscaped feature as additional buffer between the residential district behind it and the large residential facility building here.
Any questions? Yes, Mayor?
Does you're not gonna do the road in the back, right? That's not in your first phase?
Back here?
No, that road, right?
The main? No.
Yeah.
Currently is not.
Okay.
There'd be no
That's-
access to Rutland at this time.
Yeah, that's
Right.
the second phase, as I understand it, right?
Yeah, future phases.
Or future. When that road is built, will it connect with North Park, or is that a little higher up?
It's
a
a
little jog.
slight jog. Yeah,
But-
we wanted it to be a
Because
bit of a
this
connect,
parcel here.
but yeah, the parcel there that's existing, we couldn't get it right directly.
We did talk, Mayor, about potentially when they do expand to Rutland, maybe putting a right turn, left, left only, right only out and in. So that would help to discourage traffic going
Yeah,
northbound,
but
because that was
they-
the concern of the residents.
Yeah, I know, but then the residents are not gonna, once, I know it's gonna happen, and you know too. They'll ignore the sign because, oh yeah, now I got this convenience right around the corner. This is, matter of fact, I met with a member of North End Garden residents this morning about this. So one of the things I wanted to bring up to you is, does it have to be 24 hours?
Does the gas station that? I mean, unless
You might have an easier sell if, there's, honestly, I've lived there for 44 years. I don't know how long, I remember the office buildings that were there, before this site was cleared. It's probably a good 25 years that this has been vacant. And I've been in public office here for 16 years. And every time you go to build something, someone's gonna complains about traffic, noise, they come out with and most of that never comes to fruition. However, they're also complaining about how the lot looks. And as I told the North End Garden this morning, look, if you want something to happen there, you can't say no to everything that comes along. But now is the time, if you have, you have to kind of weigh your objections. I think a selling point is that green space in back. They're concerned about litter, traffic. I heard a lot about convenience store litter. So I don't know if I would do the 24th. But that might be. You might just get off some of the fear about this. But the thing I was trying to impress upon them this morning is you can't keep saying no. And, we were going to have a fruit market there. Terry, that was long before Terry, yeah. That was pretty serious. And then there was concern about garbage. It doesn't matter what anybody's proposed. Somebody comes up with fear about what it might bring. So the other thing I've heard, and I'm glad you're doing the deceleration lane. I know it didn't come up at when the people came out to the planning commission, but I've heard it before. People that live in North Lane Gardens or Magnolia turn into Rutland, and they sometimes almost are rear-ended. And it came up when last time 8 Mile was repaved, that section. Could we get a deceleration lane into Rutland so that we could pull over? Because people, on 8 Mile, they go a good clip, 45, 50 miles an hour. And I don't know if that can be worked into the plan. I love the fact that you're going to carry over what we've started on the other corner with our baseline project and give it some continuity and dress it up. I mean, honestly, I've wanted to go over there and tear down that chain link fence for years and cut down those weed trees. And that's part of what the neighbors complain about. So I think I made some movement this morning on some folks. You can't keep saying no, but I don't want you to shoot yourself in the foot either. And I don't know that this absolutely needs to be a 24/7 operation.
Well, I wanted to clarify on that real quick, and then I think Terry wants to also touch on the right-of-way stuff. The 24 hours would be for the fuel service station building, which is just this small 200 square foot kiosk.
Okay.
That's the only thing that would
Not the
remain open
store.
to the store. Nothing that I mean, the tenant that we've got who's got an LOI on that store says, I'm ready to close at 11 o'clock. I don't have any interest in being there past 11 o'clock at night. The only thing that would be 24/7 is that small kiosk building. And then again, to the right-of-way issue, I don't know that we have, being that it's MDOT right-of-way, I don't know that we
Yeah,
have.
I do want to point out that the planning commission has slowed this project down and do a traffic impact analysis and meet with MDOT. And this is the byproduct of what MDOT would like to see. Acceleration, deceleration. We weren't even sure they were going to allow them to have a curb cut. And we had several residents come, and I think we've worked through their issues. They were concerned about the Rutland, and that will be a future phase, and we can talk about the diverter at that point. Talking about, just like you said, it's been a vacant parcel since I've been here, and it's not been the most attractive. And what this is going to do is really start the development. It's going to clean up the site. It's existing, 60,000 cars go by there every day. It's going to be 98% are going to be capturing that traffic that's already going there. So, and with all the other pieces here, this retail development will buffer the gas station, which will be buffered by this hopefully senior housing or multifamily, which is buffered by the detention bond, which is buffered by the wall. I've never seen a project that's got so much buffering in it to protect the neighbors. And I said to them, quite frankly, they're concerned about property values. Empty, vacant, desolate property on 8 Mile is not going to help your property values. And this gateway, which I'm now calling it, this gateway feature really will be a nice amenity going in.
The other question I have, at the DDA, we had a funeral home come interested in this property. Has anything happened with that?
They're still very much interested in this portion of the property, and that gets into reconfiguring these buildings. We're trying to, at the same time, like you said earlier, we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot, so we don't want to give them, or sell off a portion of the property and then, kind of kills the whole master plan. So we're working with them to try and come to really a plan that works for their needs, what they're looking for, their interests, as well as, is very symbiotic with the rest of the development. And actually one of the features that we'll see change mostly is going to be this main road here. Likely what'll happen is it'll still come across, but then it'll probably have to jog up and end up coming out somewhere, further upstream down Northland Drive. So it won't be as, right now I see, as a civil engineer, did a lot of traffic design, I see a lot of appeal in that to be a cut across from Rutland to Northland and then easy access out to 8 Mile. I think if that ends up changing and reconfiguring, will be much less appealing to motorists to do that. But really, to address some of the concerns they had with the two approaches on Rutland, the biggest reason and purpose for that was kind of twofold. Was fire department circulation and access, but also to engage the community in this development. A lot of the features that we're developing here, we feel are very much community enrichments to the neighborhoods behind it. One of the reasons why we put the bank and gas station towards the front. The gas station, we didn't want it on the corner because that's really going to increase traffic on Rutland. So we put that towards the middle of the site to kind of, make sure that it softens up the impact of the traffic, because that's where most of your vehicles are going to be pulling in and out of, is to get to that fuel service station. But once they come in, once they are there, that's where the rest of the site is very inviting and attractive to move them around. If you notice, we've got pedestrian walkways striped out throughout the entire site, connecting every building. So, there's a lot of focus on pedestrian movement within the development, and we've also got bike racks in front of the 3-tenant building right now. So bicycle and pedestrian and pathways are our main focus here. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pagasi.
Yes, the fuel station, looking at some of the older ones that are being put in, do you have the same kind of lighting for 24 hours where it's shaded so that you don't get overflow?
Yeah, that's actually one of the more innovative canopy designs that we're looking at right now is that a lot of the lighting for those big, large canopies actually gets diverted down and doesn't pollute upwards and create a lot of light pollution to the sky. So those are actually, we've been looking at the Kroger stations, the fuel stations, very closely. It's one of the models that we've kind of adopted for this use here as well. There's also the actual use is a WOW gas station, which is a new gas station company that's coming in and picking up a lot of fuel, and their concepts are very new, very innovative. They're doing a lot of different things from actually from small kiosks to, in more rural areas, they've got they got gas stations with full convenience stores and kitchens, putting Tubbies and pizzas, pizza joints right in the C-store of the gas station. So they're doing a lot of cool concepts, which is one of the reasons why we were attracted to them. But yeah, absolutely, the canopy design is one thing that it's a very, actually I got it. It was one of the things that one of the things that we wanted to kind of make sure that it didn't detract from the elevation of the building, that we weren't hiding much of the retail building behind it with that canopy. So it's a very low profile, not a lot of vibrant, bright colors, just the plain, simple ribbons across for the branded colors. Very low profile, so we can maintain visibility of the building behind it.
Yeah. Any other questions? I have a couple.
Sure.
You're gonna put an 8-foot sidewalk and a deceleration lane. Is there enough room?
Right of way?
Yeah.
There is not, actually. The deceleration lane takes up the entire width of the right of way, so we're actually accommodating on the property for the additional 8-foot width of sidewalk. One of the things that's a result of that is the landscape requirement in front of, per the zoning ordinance, in front of the special use for a fuel service station needs 12.5 feet of landscape width. Because of the deceleration lane, the 8-foot sidewalk, we really didn't have the width to provide 12.5 feet. We have 4.5 feet, which we plan to heavily landscape. And we're heavily landscaping it with continuous wrought iron fencing with brick column piers and 36-inch high shrubbery across the entire frontage. For the rest of the property, you have sporadic wrought iron fences around the sidewalk features that are inviting your pedestrians into your development. In this area, because of the reduced landscape width, we're heavily densifying it and making it continuous across that entire frontage, at least until the acceleration lane dissipates and it goes back to a 12.5-foot landscape width.
So this will require waiver, but we would be supportive of it because of the decel lane and because of the intensive landscaping and the pedestrian orientation, as opposed to just having 12 feet of green space.
Exactly, yeah.
And then, how much of this, where will the sidewalk run?
It'll run the entire, from Rutland, all the way up to their north.
End of their property line?
Yes.
Yep.
That was one of the things that we negotiated.
Yep.
So that we wouldn't have a piece that just dead end. And as you know, if you've been out there, this bus stop is heavily used. And a lot of people use the school and the other uses up there, and there's a lot of pedestrians walking. So they've agreed to put the entire pedestrian pathway in.
Yeah, I know there are schools in the Crossroad building.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
the other thing to note is that we are down on the end of Northland Drive, so that increased pedestrian access is just more inviting as you go down Northland Drive and enter into Northland Mall. It's quite a hike to get from 8 Mile to the actual Northland Mall site, but
People
again,
are walking it now.
Still,
And this
yeah.
is a gap in our
But it's
system.
a goat path now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just a carved out dirt path in the middle of the grass. So that's one of the reasons we stuck with the 8-foot wide sidewalk, was to promote pedestrian and bicycle traffic.
Okay, the other question is, there are no streetlights along 8 Mile Road.
On that side, yeah.
And, yeah. Do you take that into consideration when you're
as far as,
Your night lighting. 'Cause,
Night lighting, right.
It'll be dark except for the
the
gas station.
right, well, we, actually, that's a.
Well, we have minimum standards of 2-foot candles, you know, for pedestrian safety, right up to the property line. And our regulations don't allow them to go greater than that.
Yeah.
But the site will be well lit.
Well lit, yeah.
And we can explore with MDOT, I mean, that's a lighting in the right-of-way situation that, you know, we could further explore in the future, whether it's through an SAD or some other means.
Okay, and the last question I have is the business that's interested in going into that back building,
Right here?
Yeah.
Street tenant? Yes.
do they sell alcohol?
As of right now, I believe that this business does have an active liquor license that they intend to use. But this business, it's important to know that there are two separate tenancies across that site. So we have a gas station, which is just a fuel service station building, and then you've got a market in the back. And I believe that they're licensed for beer and wine right now. I think they're moving, I'm not sure if they're moving towards the liquor license or if they have a full liquor license.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of somebody pulling in there, filling up their tank and going and running into the beer store.
Yeah. It's so yeah, there's some gas stations who sell them right in the gas station service. I know that.
Yeah, it's not. This is not a gas C store.
Right.
I understand that.
Because that's prohibited.
Doesn't really matter.
It's a good question. Very
Doesn't,
good question.
it doesn't really matter if it's a gas C store or not. If it's there, it's there, you know. As long as you got the money to buy it.
Yeah, but I mean, we prohibit specifically alcohol sales at gas stations. This is a separate business.
But he can do them both. He or she can do them both with one stop. And the other.
Well, again, they have to go through our, you know, the state liquor licensing and all the other things.
That, you're missing my point.
But that's a good point, though.
Put it up to you, yeah, two separate entities.
Park the car, put your gas, go to the next door.
Well, I understand that, but we don't, as far as I know, we don't prohibit. I mean, if there was a restaurant that sells alcohol right next to the gas station, we don't prohibit that.
Right, I mean, we'll have to look at the issue, because it does.
Right at the corner of 12 and Evergreen, you've got Suburban Liquors and you've got the Shell Station.
You got a gas station right there.
Right next door.
Yeah.
You can't
Right.
fight human nature.
I mean, the other way of looking at it is we've got a restaurant end cap over here, so they could pull in, fill up some gas, and decide they want to grab a bite to eat before they hit the road too. So, you know, we're trying to provide.
I don't have any problem with that.
You have to wash it down with something.
That's right.
Okay, all right. Any other questions?
Are there video? Oh.
No. Mr. Edelman.
The entrance to the store, though, is on the opposite side of the gas station, or it's the same side as the
South of the
Yeah,
site.
the entrance to this buildings are all on the south side, facing 8 Mile.
Okay.
And the entrance, there isn't actually an entrance to the gate, it's a window.
So for deliveries, is there enough room for if, you know, the semi needs to pull in with
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
gas stations and everything else there?
Yeah, deliveries and everything
the
handled
rear.
in the back, in the rear of the building. Yep, and we've accommodated for a
The
large
turning
semi-truck,
radius.
55-foot turning radius in that designated entrance drive there.
Which would also satisfy for the fuel trucks.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the plan for fuel trucks and for loading and unloading is to pull in off this entrance, come around the back of the building. If you're loading and unloading for the 3 tenants here, you've got a loading zone back here. Otherwise, if you're the fuel service truck, you're pulling around in here and the actual fuel tanks are located right here. So he's stopping right there, filling up the tanks, then heading back out. Same.
Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. Morris?
How many fuel tanks?
It's one tank, but it's a 3-compartment tank right now. So I think it's a 5-ton tank, 500 ton tank. I can't remember
The specification.
Yeah,
for
it's
one.
a 3-compartment tank that'll have, you know, your 3 different grades of gasoline in it.
But there's 6 pumps, is that what you were asking?
Yes.
There's 6
Oh,
pumps.
the pumps, yes.
One
You've got
tank,
6
6
pumps, 2 on each side, so 12
12 total cars.
can utilize the service station.
So what about security? Will you have video cameras or?
Yeah, they'll have, you know, cameras at night as
I agree.
normal gas station operations, yeah.
And that someone will man the.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't stay open without a manned, you know, attendant.
Okay,
It
and
had-
that's
yeah.
24 hours.
That's 24.
Yeah. hmm Which, I mean, there is some people kind of look at it and go, 24 hours, so do we really need it open 24 hours? But in the event, you've got somebody on site right now at all times of the day and night in that scenario. So if there's something going on, you've got at least the gas station attendant who's sitting at the front of the site, who's positioned to both entrance drives that kind of see what's going on site. So if there's some, you know, nefarious activities going on, he's going to see it and alert authorities for that.
Yeah, that's buying beer.
Yeah.
But that'll be closed at 11.
11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay. This will be come back on the
2 weeks.
26th.
26, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
And I should just note that you're approving the concept master plan, but each phase would come back for separate site plan approval. So you'll have more cracks at the apple, right?
Right.
At future phases.
Okay.
So we're really looking at just phase 1 right now.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the 26th. Okay. Next item on our agenda, do you want to take a 5-minute break, or will that help? Okay,
Yeah, that'll help.
we've been here for quite a while.
Yeah, that'll help.
On back.
Yeah, it's gonna be a short, it shouldn't be very long.
Okay. Nancy? All right.
And then we'll take a 5-minute break.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. Nobody else. Okay, let's do Kamal, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. All right.
So we have representatives of Kamau and Paradise Property tonight to discuss their proposal to rezone .94 acres of land on the subject site to I-1 industrial for interior storage of goods. Currently, the site, which is the old carpet store, on the is 2/3 of the frontage on 8 Mile is zone B3, and then we have
New York
an I-1 industrial zoning with key vehicular parking, and Kamal existing location is immediately adjacent, and they are using the rear portion of the property for parking and storage. But in order for them to continue their capacity for fabrication, they need some additional space. But we do not allow warehousing and storage in our B3. So what we've come up with, working with the property owners in Kamal, is to extend the I-1 zoning, which goes to approximately here, up to the front retail building, rezone this I-1, which is compatible with the existing I-1 zoning, retain the B3 frontage should there be a use for that retail business. This would allow them to expand their operations and be consistent and contiguous with their site. With that brief introduction, you can get more into your operations, talk about trucking hours and so forth, and then I'll answer any questions that you may have. But you can see again, basically what we're doing is squaring off the existing I-1 Telegraph Road 8 Mile, so they can continue to utilize them 2/3 of the building and keep the B3 frontage for a future use. Introduce yourself.
Yep. My name's Justin Stevens. I'm, let's do it now. You want that address?
Yes.
21,000 Telegraph. So, well, I mean, he pretty much summed up what we're looking for. Obviously, with our existing workload, we've found a need that we we need storage space to store our finished goods before we can actually ship them to our customer sites. So, these goods are just anything that goes into the assembly line. Picture an automobile running down the line. It's, anything that moves that car down the line and assembly, for assembly. So, this affords us an extra 40,000 plus square feet of that storage space. The trucking primarily will still come off of Telegraph into our existing facilities because those trucks will be shared. Some of that material will also be, the trucks will be making deliveries to our other locations as well, and then there's a access point here when the trucks will back in and back into the storage facilities. So,
No additional truck traffic based on what you anticipate. It's already trucks existing coming to your facility.
correct. I mean, and really, it's going to be a storage location, so there shouldn't be a lot of traffic trucking in there anyway. We're moving goods in there. It's going to sit there for a period of time, and then we'll move the shipments out to our final customer. So.
And there's no exterior changes to the facility. Basically, you're just using the interior.
Exactly.
Anything else would be covered through administrative review because it's in a I-1 district.
Any questions? I do have one question.
Sure.
And that is, the stuff that you're storing, and I don't know what it is,
Mm-hmm.
is there a concern about floor loading?
Floor
Loading?
as far as the
The weight of the, whatever you're storing?
No, we don't have an issue with that.
Okay. Wouldn't be cool to have a floor crack if you're storing heavy stuff there and it wasn't designed for it.
Is that a separate building, or is that?
Actually, what I think happened is over time, you had your front building, it was added on,
Yep.
and then a third addition was put on. At one point, there was probably a conscientious effort to rezone some of this because it had more of an industrial use to it, and to preserve the carpet store or the furniture store on frontage. So they were having a retail operation in their front part. This middle piece was their warehousing for that. And there's a certain percentage of warehousing you can have if you have a principal use on site. Since there is no principal use, we had to go to this zoning to come up with a way to make it work and be consistent with our district.
So is that gonna get confusing if you're kind of cutting a building in half with the zoning?
It's not that unusual, to be quite honest. We see that in lots that are large, and this actually has a distinctive separation in the building between the uses. So it's not like we're guessing, or I have to put a tape line down on that large floor.
They're actually walled off.
They're walled off from each other.
Okay. How about carpet?
Yeah, I mean,
It's a lime green shag, right? The disco ball.
Is that when Sam was the salesman there?
So this is really a straight rezoning. It will come back in 2 weeks for a public hearing.
Okay.
This would allow them to expand their operation almost seamlessly.
Right, exactly.
And not move out of the city, right?
Right,
'Cause
it
that was a
makes
concern.
perfect sense. I mean, our Vermont campus is here, it fits perfectly, so. And like I said, we're already using the back existing parking lot, so we already have,
Any other questions? Okay, we'll see you on the 26th.
sounds good.
Okay?
Thanks.
See, that wasn't so bad. Now we take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Again, this next development proposal includes both a rezoning, a special use, and a site plan. Representatives of Versa Development has worked with the Planning Commission for close to a year and a half. And I'll let Nikki talk about how many different proposals that they've come through. But one of the things that the Planning Commission was very concerned about was circulation on the site, how that works with what was being proposed. As you may be aware, there are a lot of medical offices in this building. One in particular provides eye care. And if you go there between 10 and 3, you'll see dozens, if not more, patients walking with an eye patch and having somebody help them And they're cutting across the parking lot. There's no real designated ADA that's accessible to the building entrance. There's confusion on where the entrances go. There's some other deficiencies on the site and the building based on previous uses. We've talked about banks do not have the volume of customers coming in the building or as well as drive-through as they did in the past. And they're proposing to rezone 1 acre of land to B3 to allow for a 2,200 gross square foot standalone Starbucks coffee shop and drive-through. But they've made several other improvements to the site circulation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Representative Versa to get into the details of the whole process with what you originally proposed, where we are today, the operations of the building versus what you're proposing and so forth, and I'll jump in as needed.
Okay.
If you would give your name and a business address for the record, please.
Good evening, I'm Nikki Jeffries, I'm with Versa Development, we're at 25900 West 11 Mile here in Southfield. I think Terry gave you a pretty good rundown here, but I'll just give you some more background. We've been working with the planning department here for a year and a half. We've been working on it internally for over 2 years now, this project. Originally, we looked internally at a lot of different site plans here. Originally, we submitted for a 7,000 square foot out parcel building up here in this northwest corner. And at the time, we had some pushback from the current tenants within the office building. And that's when we started to realize there was some deficiencies on this site that really needed to be improved upon as a whole. Our hands were a little tied at the time last year because we did not own the entire parcel. We were looking to purchase like an acre and a half of this corner. As we started to really look at everything, the owner of the building at the time told us he was looking to sell, and we ended up purchasing the entire building July 2015, so just over a year ago. So once we owned the entire site, we were able to really look at what the building needed, what the site needed as a whole, and then, started to look at this possible development and maybe changing it and bringing the scope back a bit so that we could make sure that all of the site uses were being met with the new proposal. So we spent a year really looking at what the building needs, what we can do moving forward, and that's how we came to the proposal that's in front of you now, which is just the 2,200 square foot drive-through coffee shop rather than the 7,000 square feet that we were looking at previously. We've also kind of reconfigured the coffee shop and the drive-through to allow for as much drive-through stacking as we possibly could. One of the big concerns was kind of isolating the drive-through and the traffic from this new development from the existing development and the existing parking. As Terry mentioned, there's a lot of medical users in this building. Currently, we are looking for more tenants, and some of those are probably going to be medical office as well. So we really wanted to make the site better for them as well. So talking with the existing tenants, talking with the planning commission last year and this year, there's a few themes that came forward. One was the handicap accessibility. Currently, there are ADA spots of more than what would be required, but they're always used on this site, so it really more are really needed for what uses are in this medical office building. The concerns for these handicapped patients walking through the parking lot, not knowing where to park, not having a great, if you're just pulling in this building for the first time, there's multiple entrances, not knowing where to go, where the best way was to get from the parking lot to the building. Having adequate parking is something that the current tenants brought up. There is plenty of parking in this building right now, but adding an extra building was a concern of theirs. And then the site circulation, this site needs additional pavement markings, signage, etc. to help people know where to go once they get in here. Deliveries, etc. If you drive around the building right now, you'll see delivery trucks on every which way and people not knowing where to go. So we really want to improve on all of that. So tied in with our proposal of the coffee shop here. We are proposing right now to improve the entire northern parking lot on the north side of the building, and with that, we will be regrading it so that this northern entrance will become an at-grade entrance. Right now, there's stairs, which is not conducive to any handicapped patient coming in. So this we'll be adding a canopy entrance here and then getting rid of the stairs. So it really, when somebody pulls in the site, they are going to be, it's going to be obvious where they should be going rather than having a question. The entire, we're adding additional ADA spaces. This whole block is all ADA with a walkway in between and then up to the building. It'll be striped and obvious where these patients can walk. The 29 additional space, or 29 spaces, I'm sorry, 39 spaces will be proposed on site for ADA. Right now there's 28, so we're adding 11 additional ADA spaces. And in addition, there's a few other, there's a little bit of an issue back here right now. It's a dead end drive aisle. We're proposing to open that up so that cars can get through back here. In addition, we've signed a lease with Sakwa, the property down here with the water tower, for additional parking or additional land that we can build parking on, land-based parking on. So if there becomes a need for additional parking, we will have an area for it, and we can build that. Currently, our building is about 70%, 65 to 70% leased out. So obviously, we're trying to continue to attract tenants, and as that happens, we definitely are hoping that we would need the additional parking, and then we would build it. And lastly, we're looking at adding an entire wayfinding signage package to this property, showing people where to go for the entrance for the medical office, showing for the entrance on the west side for the bank drive-through, the Starbucks. Deliveries will be all pushed to the very back, the east side of the building, whereas right now we can't push them back there because it's a dead-end drive aisle. So the signage will be placed throughout the site, so people coming in and out will be better directed of where to go when they enter. We looked at parking, and this has been a big thing throughout this whole process to make sure we have enough parking. The current number of parking spaces on the entire site is 627. With the additional Starbucks, the number of spaces required would be 650. And with the land-based spaces, we're proposing 624. So we're proposing almost the number that is currently there. We could have done additional spaces, but we thought it was more important to add ADA spaces with the access because of the number of medical tenants we have and all the feedback we got from them. We performed a parking study to take a look at when this parking lot is most utilized, and we found there's two peak usage times. One was in the morning, 10 a.m. to 11:30 before lunch, and the second peak was 1:30 to 3 after lunch. I want to just mention that the Starbucks peak time for usage is from 6 to 9 a.m. So we feel like these uses are complementary. They're not, their peak usage is not at the same time. We also found during the parking study that the parking lot was never more than 58% full at the peak times. Now, obviously, we're trying to attract additional tenants, and we expect that to go up, but we feel like there is the availability in this parking lot to maybe recapture some of it for another use. The Starbucks stacking is just one other thing that was brought up, and that's how we came to the layout that we're at right now. There is a 10 stack from the drive-through window to here, and then there's an additional area here in the Starbucks parking lot of about 12 to 15 cars that could be stacked before it would ever back up onto our driveway or onto Telegraph Road. So we're looking at over 20 cars in a drive-through lane before we would have a backup on our driveway, which was something that was really important to us to make sure we weren't causing traffic problems for people trying to get into our site as a whole and Telegraph as a whole, because that is a pretty high traffic area right there. We're adding quite quite a bit of additional landscaping around the site, the parking lot. We're looking to redo the parking lot if we get an approval. The parking lot portion would go first, hopefully later this fall, and then we would be looking to build the Starbucks and the coffee shop over the winter and next spring. That's basically it from me, but I'd love
Do
to
you want
answer
to just
questions.
talk about the pedestrian connectivity?
Yep.
How that works, not only for the ADA, but around the rest of the site?
Yeah, we really looked at trying to make it more pedestrian user friendly, so we've added a lot of sidewalks and additional striping to make it obvious where pedestrians should go. We've added sidewalk connections here, and then it's hard to see on here, but there's striping and sidewalk all the way up from here through the Starbucks and then up to the main building here. In addition, we have a lot of striping over in the ADA area going up to the building. Because we really want to try to direct pedestrians to those two entrances so that we don't have people walking where they shouldn't be.
Mayor?
Good evening. If I'm remembering correctly, it didn't last fall. About a year ago, we did a tax abatement for the building. Roughly $2.5 million in investment was supposed to take place.
Yep.
First of all, I want to say I always have a great affinity for this building. It's such a landmark when you're at Telegraph and 12 Mile, and the way the building catches the sun and the size of it and the angle it's at. I appreciate the effort that Versa is making to renew this building and the site. I would hate to see it decline or be torn down. So where are we with the interior renovation? I have used the eye doctor on the 6th floor. And the elevators were a little clunky.
Yeah, that's the first portion of the interior renovations is all the elevators are being replaced. We finished the freight elevator in the back, which was not what we wanted to do, but it broke down, so we had to. So that one's been replaced. And so we have to do, there's 3 then passenger elevators, so we're doing one at a time. So the freight elevator got done this summer, and now we're on to the first passenger elevator. So it's basically a year-long effort, one at a time, to do these elevators. So that's all in process right now. That should be done by next spring. And then we are working on the plans for we're looking at lobby renovation and then the lower level renovation as well. Part of the funding for that is coming from building this outlot. So that's all in process. We have lots of renderings and plans that we've been working on with our architect for the interior. That's all part of it. And then obviously part of this project, or part of what I'm proposing tonight, is also improvements to the main building, and really the entrance is what we're really looking at here, because we think that the entrance as is just not adequate for the type of user we have in this building. We really have to get rid of those stairs. So.
So is Comerica using the same amount of space as they were?
No, years ago, not since we've purchased the building, they had the branch on the main floor, which they've got about 8,000 feet on the first floor there. And then they had almost the entire second floor as like a training facility, but they are no longer in the second floor. They have a little bit of space in the 6th floor as well, for a separate group, but it's part of Comerica. So right now they've got the 8,000 square feet on the main floor, and then the smaller suite up.
Even so, the name is on the building, their presence there is...
It's less than what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's written in their lease that they get the size of the building, but they've got to keep up a certain amount of leasable area to do that, so.
Sure.
The signage could change at some point. Right now, the building signage is not proposed to change.
As you mentioned, and we all know, because we travel Telegraph, traffic in the morning and in the afternoon is pretty rough on Telegraph. One of the things that we've talked about, I don't know how to define it, but, and I'm wondering if first it would be in favor of is moving the traffic like currently is at Popeyes.
Right.
And moving it up to Farmbrook, so as to help the ease of getting into your building as well as the Onyx building.
We're very much in favor of that. It's something that our tenants complain about all the time. Getting out of the site is difficult when that light is red. And I think that the Onyx building has similar issues as we do. So I had reached out to Shelley Friedman a few months ago and asked about getting support from the city, and we were more than willing to approach MDOT. One of our owners is on the board at MDOT, so he's more than willing to help out and spearhead that. If we had a letter of support from the city of Southfield, I think that would be very helpful. And I know Terry and I have talked a lot about this, and this is definitely something that we are interested in and willing to help with and all of that.
Well, I think at the light, and I'm not an expert on this, I'll say that right now, but if there's a user of the street there and having a doctor in the building, I would think that relocation of the light would help you attract tenants.
Oh, yeah.
And if I were scouting an office and saw that constant backup of traffic, I mean, that's a tough spot in Southfield, between the freeway and the city border to the north, with all the users that are there. I would also like to urge you to do a cross-parking agreement with the Onyx building. I see your driveway from 12 Mile where you could help each other out, especially if you move the dumpster in the corner. And shared parking, maybe you wouldn't need to build more. I know the Onyx building has a lot of parking in the back that is not used, or at least right now. Of course, they're not fully leased either. I mean, I'll admit that.
Yeah, they have approached us about that, and I have to say, we're not in favor of it. We've been going through this thing for 2 years now, and the tenants in our building we're very worried about what this was gonna do to the site circulation and really just the traffic overall on this site, and especially with what we've been talking about with the pedestrians and the medical patients and whatnot. So I think I would have a hard time selling this to the tenants, adding a cross through between these two, because adding a bunch more traffic onto this site I don't think is a great idea. And we're also worried about having, now that they can, once people know that this is available, having a cut through between the Onyx building and 12 Mile and adding just too much traffic.
You know, I understand that argument, but I don't think most people would know that there's a cut through. I mean, right now, if I chose to want to go west on 12 Mile, I could pull in your parking lot and go out by the water tower to 12 Mile.
Right.
You know, I haven't done that. I do some cut throughs here and there.
Right.
It's been caught. That's one I haven't done yet.
Parking enforcement might catch you, they're in there a lot.
But I would like to see that relationship between the two buildings. I think it would be helpful.
I think my tenants would be here in mass if they found out about that, but, and I agree, maybe not everybody would know about it, just somebody driving down 12 Mile, or down Telegraph, but I would be worried about the large amount of cars parked in the Onyx building starting to use our parking lot as a cut through and then creating more traffic problems there.
Well, when I've been there, most of the parking at the Onyx building is in the front. There is some in the back, but they've got a lot of space in the back that is currently not used. And again, like I said, the building's not fully rented,
Right.
probably less than yours is,
Yeah, I think they're at like 30 or 40%.
45 or something, but anyhow. Well, I wanted to pitch that, I was really hoping you'd be open to that. I think it would help, with safety on Telegraph as well. If people in those two buildings could use that back driveway.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Mr. Very well.
I've also utilized the top of the hill, in my memory, sort of, I think, you mentioned, I think you might have a solution, but wayfinding and signage will go a long way, because I think when I was over there, I was confused.
You didn't know where to go.
I didn't know where, I
Right.
really was confused, and I was glad I wasn't sick.
Right.
I'm just visiting, you know,
Right.
so, you indicated that, that, would be a part of your plan.
Yeah,
Wayfinding, signage and all that good stuff.
We had a draft wayfinding signage plan that planning commission looked at. We have a company on board to do it, and we've put a lot of thought into it. We've been out there a lot looking at where the signs would best go, because we're looking at probably 8 to 12 signs throughout the site being added with many sides. I've also met with Ed Gardella to talk about it's going to require a variance just because we're looking for some additional signage on site, but it sounded like he would be in very much support of that because it's all on site and to help people get around the site. But that's definitely part of this project. It's something that we want to do and needs to be done.
Mr. Mandelbaum.
Yes, I know you mentioned, the mayor mentioned it, that Telegraph Road is, that intersection is terrible, it's actually number 7 on Suncock's list. And it happens to be about 42.9% of accidents are rear end accidents. And 2 thoughts, where you have your entrance to Starbucks, seems very close to the entrance, and I just see more traffic buildups, specifically right by that entrance. People, whether there's people coming and going in the parking lot and whatnot, I can see some traffic buildup.
Are you talking about this piece,
Yes.
right there? Okay.
There's a Starbucks by my home, and I love Starbucks. My wallet doesn't. But that sometimes it happens. It's at 10 Mile in Greenfield.
Okay.
And it builds up all the way around the entire development.
Right.
Almost into Greenfield.
Right.
And
I know.
It's about 20 cars or so.
We've built a lot of these, so I completely know what you're talking about. Not that one specifically, but yeah, we actually changed this, and I think Terry originally wanted the building further back this way, but I think the reason we ended up with this was so we could get maximized. If there's a 20-car stack at the drive-thru, you're not getting in it. So Starbucks' goal is to be under 5 in the drive-thru at any one time. Obviously, that doesn't always happen, but the studies they've done show peak time a 7 or 8 stack is typical. If you're at a 20 stack, that is a huge problem, and I completely agree. But we actually have the room to stack that many. That's not ever what they want or what we want, obviously. But that's why we have it laid out the way we do, because I agree. If it was in a different configuration, I think it could be a problem.
Okay, and then at the same time, because of that intersection, I purposely try to avoid. I've never been to the Comerica building because I try to avoid that intersection altogether, unless it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm at Meyer. But
Truth comes out.
He was sitting in the parking lot.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, that intersection does have, besides for the traffic accidents, does have a lot of traffic buildup in general. And I would also support, or plead with you to try to make something work with the building next door to add in a some type of cut through, even if it's a one-way cut through for them to get out and, you know, to go straight on to 12 Mile, only because when you look at adding some extra traffic into the entrances of your property, that can just make Telegraph Road even more of a headache for people. And I think that it would be a nice solution for your neighbors to the north, but in general, it would help even all the people on Telegraph that don't want to have to let everyone in, trying to exit their building, and it just.
But it creates a problem on my property. It's only good for them, it's not good for me. That's the issue.
Well, if some of your tenants have to go to their building, it would be helpful. But I think it would, it's something to explore, and I think it would make sense to help alleviate some of that traffic.
I'm just not sure how it alleviates traffic, but.
I think it helps on Telegraph, and less traffic on Telegraph is better for you to rent space.
But then it's more traffic on my site that all my tenants are complaining about, so that's the issue there.
You said you have plenty of parking.
We have parking, but they're worried about people driving through here. This has been why I've been in planning commission for a year and a half, because all the tenants came and were worried about the traffic circulation on the site and the traffic that was gonna be added from my additional development. So I'll tell you right now, if we add this, they're gonna come to a meeting and all speak against it. They will be very, very upset.
So they don't even like the Starbucks idea.
They do now. They're not. They haven't been at the last few planning commission meetings, but it took us a year and a half to get them on board.
I just want to jump in, at least on the Telegraph Road. We've made a commitment, and I think they've made a commitment to work
Yes.
with Friedman to meet with MDOT. I mean, MDOT, Telegraph Road is designed to carry 60, 80,000 people. And as I said to the city engineer about this issue, it wasn't too long ago that they just made millions of dollars of investment, and every one of these turnarounds, the lighting, the timing, and all that was to deal with the traffic. And it still may be seventh worst situation, but when you start tinkering with a little bit, you're going to cause a problem somewhere else. And they could still work out this cross-access easement at a later time if needed, but the safe and the traffic engineering is to go to MDOT and see what they can do to relieve the timing of the lights, to add additional light, to look at the crossovers, to prevent what everybody is, makes common sense that there's a fear of. But that's why we spend so much time. There's at least 22 stacking spaces.
Right.
And you're gonna have 10 spaces before you even see any. If you start seeing cars parked here, people are not gonna pull in. The other thing to remember.
What do you mean they aren't gonna pull in there? If they want coffee, they're gonna pull in.
I'm not
for
pulling in
20
if I see 15
Pardon?
cars.
Not if there's 20 spaces there.
Pardon?
They'll go to the next one. In any event,
A lot of times they don't even know they get there until they're
the
behind the
point
building.
here is that this driveway is two lanes in, and the 2 lanes out are here. So people won't be exiting right at the same place that they're entering in.
Is there a deceleration lane at the,
There's a turn lane, so it serves as a deceleration lane on Telegraph right there.
Yeah, there's this.
It's
this
widened, it
right
starts
here.
right
You can
here.
see it tapers right into a turn lane in, and then the same goes out, and there's a secondary out.
I worked in the annex building for a couple of years, and I can tell you, from 3 o'clock on in the afternoon until almost 6 o'clock, it is nothing but a parking lot. And the only way you can get, if you're going northbound, get into the Onyx building, and I presume the Comerica, which I never went into, you have to rely on the good graces of the people that are setting in traffic. But there is one thing, and you kind of hit on that, Terry, and that is, if they move the traffic signal north to Farmbrook, it should cause a break, kind of a break in traffic, because right now the light at, which is now the Popeyes, it used to be
Harvey's.
Wendy's.
Wendy's.
Yeah, the light right here, yep.
It's a no left turn. It's a no left turn on red, but nobody obeys that. And there's
and it's supposed to be a left turn only, people go straight across into Popeyes, which they used to do with Wendy's anyhow, but,
Oh, yeah, straight in there, yeah.
yes.
Well, I would just ask, I think there's a situation that needs to be investigated. I think the proper and first thing to do is to try to work with MDOT to see if there's a solution. And then at least Versa has made a commitment, I know Friedman, they would work together on that solution if we could get it
We are
resolved.
hugely committed to that.
And
would
we
love
made
it.
the commitment to help broker, support, whatever, with your blessing, to meet with MDOT to figure that out. And Farmbrook, as you remember, the council at some point in the past did not want people going out on Farmbrook or going west on Farmbrook. So that limits the Onyx, that compounds the Onyx frustration with access in and out of the site. So we could revisit that as well.
Sure.
At some point,
Yeah. One other thing too, and it's more philosophy than practicality, but most people's fears are never realized. So the fears of your customers there's going to be too much traffic going through the parking lot, chances are that'll never be realized.
Probably not.
And I would err on the side of safety rather than the fear of another car going through the parking lot. Now, you're putting a Starbucks in there. Is that the same one that's on the south side of 12 Mile Road now?
Are you meaning, are they gonna move? Is Starbucks gonna move?
Are you going to have two Starbucks?
Well, we don't own Starbucks, so they've signed a lease with us, and they've also signed a lease with that building, so I can't speak for Starbucks, but I know that they re-signed a lease last year with the building there at the corner. And then we have an executed lease as well, so.
But they don't have drive-through.
They don't have a drive-through. Starbucks is looking for drive-throughs, obviously, that's the big push right now, so that would be the difference between the two.
Maybe serving two different markets, really.
Pardon me?
They're probably serving two different markets, the Telegraph Road.
Well, they closed the one down on 9 Mile
12 Mile.
and Telegraph.
The traffic's so bad, you
Yeah,
can't
you
get
can't
to
get in
either Starbucks depending on the time of day.
Yeah, I know. Well,
Based
the
on
people
the-
that a lot of times people are going to Starbucks, go in there and they sit for 3 hours. I mean, it's not just an in and out.
That one at 12 and Telegraph you're talking about, there's definitely people that, in the morning, that definitely have their coffee for a while, every day. But as of right now, I can't speak for Starbucks. They did sign a new lease down there, so I'm assuming they're not planning to close it right away, but
The other thing is I could see a lot of people with that entrance being so close, Starbucks entrance being so close, as people missing it, they're not used to that entrance and slamming on the brakes and more rear end accidents happening, which would mess up traffic.
Yeah, I have a question about the steps that are going to be removed to put. How many steps are there now?
I think it's 3 or 4. It's concrete right up here. So basically what will happen is we'll be raising the grade up, so this is at grade, and then the whole parking lot will be regraded all the way back out. And then we'll meet back up.
Raising the grade.
Raising the grade of the pavement so it comes in at the entrance,
Flush at grade.
flush at the doorway, rather than going down steps first and then going out. So the pavement will be flat coming into the door, so that there's no steps for anybody to go in that building anymore.
What happens when cars drive around behind them? I mean, either you're gonna have a ramp that goes up like this, or, at least, that's what I'm visualizing. How are you gonna raise the grade up to the level of the building without making a ramp that the cars are gonna have to?
Well, the whole parking lot has to be regraded. We're redoing this entire parking lot, so the grade here will come up and then it will come back out this way. It's gonna be very flat because it's ADA spaces, but we'll make up the grade as it goes back to the north.
So if it's gonna be higher at the building and lower at the property line, then you're draining water on your
No,
next door neighbor?
no, it won't be any lower at the property line. It's just gonna be more of a little bit different grading than what's there now, but we're not gonna be throwing any water anywhere.
Well, okay,
Our parking-
I just can't visualize that at all. How you're gonna raise the grade on one end and not raise the grade on, or not raise the grade on the other end, and it's not sloped?
I don't have the engineering plans here with me,
It's
but
gotta be less than 5%.
it's gotta be less than
ADA.
5%. It'll be graded to meet all ADA standards. We have it, the grading has been done, and it works out. But we just at this point think that it's really important to get rid of those stairs.
Well, I do too, but, and I'm a lot more keen to getting rid of stairs now that my wife's in a wheelchair.
Right.
But I just, you know, the water doesn't really care about ADA.
Well, the whole parking lot will have to be drained properly, and it will all still drain into the existing catch basins and out into the storm sewer.
It's an engineering phenomenon.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that the grade would level off here and then slope less than 5%.
Right.
And then you always gotta tie into the existing grade.
Right, the grade at the far end here is gonna be the same. We're not getting into changing this curb line. That curb line will remain the same elevation at the north end that it is right now.
Now, right now,
I think Terry just proved my point. That when it rains, it's gonna, yeah, well, the water's gonna go north.
Well, the curb line will catch it. There won't be any runoff going onto the neighbor's property. There's catch basins, there's numerous catch basins along this curb line that will catch all the water, and then it'll be put into the storm system. There's nothing that will go
Okay.
over the curb and onto the adjacent property.
And our city engineer is making sure they meet the updated standards on the site. So we got more green space, and they're gonna have to handle the water where it's just the parking lot right now.
Yeah, we're actually gonna be adding underground detention for the new Starbucks parcel, so there'll actually be detention on site where there is none right now.
Okay, did you say you were adding 11 additional handicap spaces?
Yep.
How many spaces are you eliminating to add those 11?
Well, because of the additional access to the ADA spaces, it's probably like 4 or 6 that we lose to add the 11 ADA spaces.
So you're going down 17 to add 11.
Yeah.
But didn't you say you were already short of parking?
We're not short of parking, we're short of ADA parking.
But you're getting land bank to add parking because I thought you said you needed, how many did you need and how many do you have?
We need, for the ordinance, and once we build this, if we build this Starbucks, we need 650. So yes, we're proposing 624, so we're short by 26 spaces. But going through the planning process, we felt that the additional ADA spaces were more needed than additional parking because of the fact that every single ADA space, when you pull in there, the ADA spaces that are currently on the north side of the building are almost always used. So
I can imagine.
We thought that the trade-off was worth it.
And I can add that the existing ADA spaces aren't tied in with an accessible aisle that's protected.
They're not what?
They're not tied in with a dedicated aisle to get them to the main entrance of the building.
Right.
And the main entrance of the building has these 4 steps.
Right.
You have to go around to this
Crazy ramp.
the ramp that's in the drive circulation. Plus, they've added a covered canopy that's, more relief for dropping off and picking up passengers.
Well, I think that's.
And we have a dedicated
I think
aisle.
that's commendable that they've taken that into consideration.
Plus,
So,
right
for
now,
those reasons-
they don't even meet ADA standards what's there right
Yeah,
now. There's no loading,
It's not
unloading.
functioning
Yeah.
at all properly. And under general office, it probably could continue that way. But because there's so many medical offices, especially the eye, I could tell you, I've been there in the course of the 18 months or so, probably a dozen times observing. There are people just literally walking helter-skelter from these ADA spaces and further to get into, these aisles. So the planning commission spent a lot of time on the circulation. I think the trade-off for 5 or 6 spaces is well worth getting not only additional ADA spaces, but ones that work properly for the building. And we looked, I had them, we don't usually get into the interior circulation, all that, but we vetted that very carefully to make sure that this properly works. Whether they built the Starbucks or not, this is a good solution for the site. And based on their parking study, where 58%, is used, and I know they're not 100% full. Even with our new standards, I think that they got more than enough parking to handle this, plus, being 90% full.
Yeah, we're also looking at some of the space currently that's in the lower level, the basement, that's counted in the parking calcs. We don't really think that's ever gonna be leased out, and we're looking at making it into more of a common area space that would be utilized by the existing building, which would bring the parking need down even more. Because we just think that would be a better use for it, so we're looking at pulling some of the leasable square footage out of this building as well.
Ultimately, we want the building to be viable and full.
Of course.
Okay, the last question I have anyhow is, a couple of months ago, Comerica made an announcement that they were closing a lot of their branches and laying off tons of people. Have they made any indication that they were going to close this branch?
They have not made that indication at all to us. I've met with them. I don't think they're interested in closing this branch because of the signage they have on this building, honestly. And I met with them, because we've been talking to them. I don't know how familiar you are with the drive-through that they've got down here on the south side of the building. But as we've been going through the planning process, we really thought that might be something that could be reconfigured, because it's I think a 6 or a 7 car wide canopy right now. There's a lot of available drive-up spots, and we've been talking with them. It is something that they are interested in reconfiguring, and there's some new technology coming out for drive-throughs where they don't have to be connected to the building anymore, etc. So that's something that we're looking at probably in a year to a year and a half down the road once they get the technology, and we have met with them on it, and they've given us absolutely no indication that they want to leave.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, move that this be put on its schedule for 26th of September.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I don't think you have to make a motion.
Okay, I just want to get.
We'll see you on the 26th.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could I, one thing, with respect to.
Hey, folk up to Starbucks while I was waiting here.
We coordinate with.
For the MDOT,
Yeah, we
yeah.
have that little letter.
Yep.
I'm trying to stay awake.
That would be great. Hey, I appreciate it, and I will definitely be in touch with you.
All right. Next item on our agenda is a presentation of the proposed group shop.
Are they still here?
I gotta go and put the kids in there.
All right, ladies, you're on.
You next.
I'm happy to hear this is the last planning item. So we have Miss Deandra Murray here tonight. She currently runs the family child care, which is up to 6 children, and her property located at 27160 Bradford Lane. She's before us tonight to increase to a group child care home. And I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about your business, your operation, some of the questions about ingress, egress, safety, and so forth. And this is for a group child care home, from family to group, which allows up to 12 children, 7 to 12 children.
Good evening, I'm Deandra Murray, I live at 27160 Bradford Lane. As Terry previously stated, I do have a family child care home. I've been operating a little over 3 years now. We do run an educational program, so it's not just a TV and sleep place. They do learn there. That's a big deal for me. That's another reason why I'm actually going up to group, because I have a waiting list. I am at capacity. I get parents calling me every day for enrollment. I have to tell them, sorry, I'm full, I'm full, I'm full. So hopefully I can up this number to 12, bring more children in, offer the education at the lower level, which will essentially roll over into their school years, and hopefully for the rest of their life. I have put the egress window in place. The egress window has been there the entire time I've been open. We do monthly fire drills. There's always two adult, myself and an adult assistant. So as we're doing the fire drills, we have one pulling up and one pushing up. So the kids are very familiar with the egress. They actually think it's an adventure when we do fire drills. So that's pretty much it. So that's why I'm here now. We're just trying to increase the number from 6 to 7 to 12 children.
Okay, any questions?
Where's that 27160? Isn't that on the corner of Levitt Mile Road and Bradford Lane?
No, Bradford Circle and Bradford here.
Right?
Bradford Circle and Bradford.
So you're coming in on Harvard from 11 Mile. And then making that immediate right.
27160 Bradford Lane is on the corner.
Of Bradford Lane and Bradford Circle from the outside.
I was in the driveway today.
It's the basement.
It's on the corner. There's a swings on the backyard.
This is looking for the basement up. This is the back.
I don't know, I can't even check it again.
Any
Bradford
questions?
Lane, Bradford Circle, and Bradford something else.
Yeah.
Three Bradfords in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes,
And there's
Ms. Morris?
What are the ages? Right now, ages are pretty much 12 months to 8 years.
No, but that's why they have, there's a ratio of the young to adults. You can't have no more.
27160.
Wouldn't an 8-year-old be in school?
After school, latchkey.
Pardon me?
After school, latchkey. So like
Oh. Are there any other questions?
Before school, the ages before school. Preschools, how many? 3-year-olds. 3 and 4-year-olds I have now.
But you did request a special inspection by our building department, and they didn't find any violations or issues.
What do your neighbors say?
And their grandkids come over and play.
I can tell you, we did not have anybody throughout the process come out.
Pardon me?
We didn't have anybody through the public hearing or our workshops come out and oppose this.
Okay.
A lot of them don't even know that it's over there until I tell them, they're like, oh, is it daycare then? Because everything is in the back, inside. So there's not a lot going on in the front.
In your hours of operation?
6:30 to 6:30.
Okay.
She has a very nice backyard with nice play equipment. We've been through the house inside and out. She keeps it up really well.
Okay. Yeah, I almost feel guilty making you sit here all this time just for this short presentation, but if there are no questions, we'll see you on the 26th.
Thank you.
You can stay here a little longer if you wish.
You're gonna find me a Starbucks.
Good comeback. Good comeback.
Not an evergreen road. Just keep on going.
Okay, moving right along. Our next item is the budget adjustment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're going to withdraw the request for the Rule 10. This item, we're asking for council on September 26th to approve $22,000 transfer for a new video server for the cable department. The video server was last purchased 8 years ago. It's no longer operational. It's a key piece of equipment in the control department, which provides graphics. Lisa Hawkins, our cable manager, is here. If council has any questions, we're hoping at the 26th we'll also be able to present an award. We hope to request that council authorize the vendor we'll be purchasing a piece of equipment from as well, just to keep it moving along.
Okay. Any questions?
No, I have it on the 26th.
Mr. Mandelbaum.
If it's not operated, is it operational or not operational? So if it's not operational, then can can they do anything? How are they doing things now?
Well, Lisa,
Yes, sir.
the piece of equipment,
It's not operational right now, and what's gonna happen is, even if you did Rule 10, it still would have to go out to bid, so that would take about a couple of weeks. And the item that I wanted to get, the company said that they had just bought another famous, well-known company, and they're going to be buying their servers. And the server that I wanted to get, he said, you want to wait until we got the new company, that would be a better one. That's happening this week, so he's going to send me the email with the details on it. But for the next council meeting, no graphics. And I think we should have it by October, but the next council meeting, there won't be any graphics.
But we still have to bid it out.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it only the graphics that are on screen, or is it other graphics? like
It's
for
both
the
animation
message board?
and the on-screen graphics, the character generator.
Like the message board?
Oh, the bullet, no, that's still intact. That's our channel bulletin board, that's fine. This is just for, in our,
Agenda item.
no, that will be fine. That you'll still see on the bulletin board. This is for live production in the control room.
Okay.
Mm-hmm,
Okay,
yes.
okay, the one you wanted to buy was around 22,000.
It'll still be in the same price.
Same price?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
won't change.
That's what,
Yeah.
that's the question, okay. All right, hopefully we'll see you on the 26th.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is communications, and we have two requests for communications. First request is Pamela Gerald. Give us your name and address for the record, and we have 3 minutes.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. For the record, I just wanted to say that as of today, I withdrew my membership with the Martin Luther King Task Force. I feel like my community advocacy is a lot more important than per se being involved in an organization where what I say publicly may bring some unnecessary and undue attention to the task force. I was going to talk about Kroger tonight, but I just want to talk about something that I'm really alarmed about, and that is this whole ordeal as to why I withdrew my membership. And it's my opinion about this jazz concert that came up in the Martin Luther King meeting. I thought that it was going to be, when I was a member, and I'm not a member as of today, that it was going to be the task force that was giving it for a fundraiser. And to know that the mayor is planning a jazz concert outside of the task force, I just found it to be a bit disingenuous, and I expressed myself. So I just want to say that politics make strange allies or alliances. I'm not surprised by anything. I'm going to sit back and watch everything unfold, and I just didn't appreciate his tone of voice when he came into the meeting, but I want to say respectfully to the task force, whatever you feel you need to do to make things right, you make it right so that you can get this concert, because I know that's what you really want and that's what you really need in terms of fundraising, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Just for clarification, I was in the meeting, I was involved in the meeting with Kimmy Horn, and there was never any discussion about, for certain, that there was going to be a jazz concert with Kimmy Horn. It was in the discussion stage, so, and I wasn't at the Martin Luther King Task Force meeting, but I do know there was never, I was in the meeting with Kimmy Horn, and there was never any hard discussion about
the task force meeting I was talking about.
And Pat was fine with it. Okay, the next person is Gerard Mullen. If you give your name and address for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Gerard Mullen, Post Office Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48027. Mr. Chairman, in the past 4 years, I have asked this council 4 times, the last time on March 14, 2016, to move your legal notices from the Southfield Eccentric to the Southfield Sun, the one newspaper that every Southfield resident gets a copy of for free. Whereas the Eccentric was the newspaper that only a few residents got and at a cost of $1.50 per copy to boot. You folks here on council knew that the Sun was the place to be. That is why in the last council general election, 6 of the 8 candidates placed their ads, their political ads, in the Sun and not the Eccentric. Not one Southfield council candidate placed one single ad in the Eccentric. And yet, you folks here would not make a change. Why? I was told 2 years ago by one council person on the QT that the Eccentric was cheaper. But according to the dialogue at the last COW meeting on August 15, 2016, this doesn't appear to be the case. Most politicians say they are for transparency. How is burying your legal notices in the Eccentric transparent? In the long run, most problems are self-solving, as in this case. Let me explain. Due to a number of economic factors, the Eccentric is no longer published in this area. And by default, the Sun is the city's only real option. And today, we now have transparency in regards to published legal notices, thanks not to you folks here, but thanks to a bad newspaper economy. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other items to come before the council before Mr. Mandelbaum?
Just one item. On Sunday, Saturday/Sunday, I received several phone calls and people stopped me asking me about the news item that was on Friday, Channel 7, I believe. And 2 issues, I was kind of taken aback that I didn't know anything about that. No heads up was given. So I had no answers to anyone. And then the other question I have is, how are we correcting that item? I don't know which is more pressing, ADA or some of the issues that were quoted in the report, I guess, from MIOSHA. So, I guess, I'm sorry?
What are you speaking of?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know about it till today, and I was only sketchy about today. So.
On Friday, I think it was the 6 o'clock news, I didn't see it until someone asked me about it. There was a Channel 7 had an article on, a report. I got Southfield Sunstick. They had a report on, I guess, some issues at City Hall, safety issues that MIOSHA found in regards to fire system.
MIOSHA did not find. There were complaints filed with MIOSHA alleging mold in the building.
Okay.
The building was tested, no mold. There was a statement that the building is full of asbestos. This building and this campus does have asbestos-containing materials that exist in a non-friable state. In other words, unless you're grinding, drilling into them, they're there. As do most buildings built in Southfield, in the area this town we grew up. That was a material used into the mid-70s. The other item pertained to water in the
Okay, yeah.
And there were complaints filed with MIOSHA, and we are responding and have responded to those MIOSHA complaints. The other part of the story is, yes, there's no fire suppression system in this building. When this building was built, that was the code, it was not required. Fire safety system, this council is aware that there is no working fire safety system. That too is a result of when the building was built. We have budgeted, when we did the transfer of the funds from cable, part of that transaction was, and if you recall the strategy we worked on our facilities, is our structures first, take care of our roofs, replace the roof at the ice arena, the rec building, keep your buildings tight and dry. Structural repairs have been made. We've got one more we got to make to the pavilion, one over in Fire Station 9 Mile and Beach. Tight and dry, then ADA compliance was the other items. Again, you know, right now, legally, we meet, because we haven't had extensive renovation, what the current ADA codes are. We're proposing that we update those ADA codes. So, you know, summary, you know, look around, there's no fire suppression system.
But there is in the basement in some parts.
In
You see
some parts,
sprinklers.
in the field zone, when we did the field zone,
Okay.
we updated that. $2.8 million was put into that property. Fire suppression is in there, fire safety system. When we redid the library in 2005, 6, the old Muddy Boots building, when that core got filled in, fire suppression was put in, fire safety system was rebuilt. We are looking at doing some things with our fire dampers. Friday morning before this story hit, and on Thursday at President's meeting, I had advised the President's meeting that we are meeting with our architects to go over some plans that deal with updating our mechanical system. When we did our energy block grant stuff in 2008, 2009, we picked the low-hanging fruits. We had $875,000 to replace the boilers in this building. The payback was 3 years. We know we need to replace the boilers in the court, as well as the fire station. And the mechanical controls in this building are 45, 50 years old. And the payback on those is 7 to 8 years. So we're looking at, can we do something with an energy performance-based contract? I am exploring some possibility of financing, and the number that's being batted around, $12 to $15 million in improvements. This was discussed at Friday's Finance Committee meeting as well. Tuesday, we had a transformer blow up. Those transformers in May of 2015, there are, John, 4 of them downstairs?
Yes, there's 4 transformers.
Four transformers. May of 2015, as part of the Evergreen Road, all of the transformers were cleaned and inspected. That means every fuse and circuit breaker was inspected, and we got a clean bill of health. In 2001, the city embarked on a strategy of switching its transformers from 4800 to 1302 transformers. And when we did the transformer off of Evergreen, we did that switch when we did the library. So that is very much part of what we're looking at as well. There isn't a generator. There isn't a 1 megaton generator operating this campus, this building right now, the rec building. The ice arena was good, correct?
Yes, the ice arena is fine.
The Muddy Boots building. So the other item came to the story at bed bugs. We have twice in this building found bed bugs. We have no legal notice. Let me be clear, we never confirmed bed bugs. It was alleged that bed bugs had been found in 2 workstations in the treasurer's office. And we went through the appropriate protocol and had those areas treated. But we never found any actual bugs. The question by the reporters was, did we notify the public? There was no legal requirement to notify the public.
A bug.
They did find,
Did
okay.
find a bug.
They did find a bug. Did they confirm it was a bed bug?
We looked at it and it was a bed bug. But just to confirm, as far as public notice, these were not in the public area. They were far back into the treasurer's department, so it wasn't as if, gee, people were standing where they were. They were quite a distance, actually. Only in a couple cubicles. That were sprayed.
Well, I mean, you can have bed bugs any place because people, employees can bring them in from home.
That's probably where it came from.
Public.
Absolutely.
I mean, because you have people here, and that, I was gonna bring that up from the standpoint, in the employee newsletter, can we put something in there about hygiene and cleanliness? I mean, because this is a public place, you don't wanna come to work sick. Don't bring bed bugs, you know, well, clean, but I mean, you know what I mean. But something from the standpoint, we have I mean, because someone asked me about it, I said, well, we have people in this building, and people have homes, they bring stuff with them, like they bring a coat.
There was
They
a thought
bring
it
the
maybe
bed
was
bug
from
with them.
one of the storage boxes that.
They can
that
come
we
from any
brought
place.
from- Right, right.
When I was in elementary school, I went and stayed overnight with one of my friends. The next day, after I went to school, my mother found a bed bug at the house, and I came home and everything was out in the yard, you know.
Right.
My mother was throwing things out in the yard to make sure that they got all clean.
So, but is it appropriate to sort of put something in an employee newsletter, just letting them know that this is an item that they should be, whatever, what is appropriate words, you know, personal hygienes or.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna push back on that.
That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it is. I don't know how to do that.
So we can't tell people to take a bath.
And say that we did take appropriate measures.
Yes.
I mean,
It's about heat treatments is the way to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And you enclose everything also in plastic containers.
I suspect they do. Isn't there a dog that
They
was
have,
still?
We
do our
had-
police
Oh, yeah,
dogs sniff them out, or?
John, we had the dogs in, and as soon as
You
you
did all the
notified, the
proactive
same
thing.
night, they followed the
Right,
protocol.
what else?
The employees in that area, the employees in this part of City Hall knew. I mean,
Someone thought it came from a customer. They said that when they were paying at the cash register first time, they thought it jumped off their money or something. I mean, so, I don't know.
But, you know, the most expensive hotels in New York and all are complaining about that because people go to Europe and
Where
come back, when
very-
they're on vacation,
Yes.
come back, stay at a hotel
And bring them back.
and bring them back with them. It's in their luggage
Yeah.
and they recommend that you never set your luggage on the floor, you put it on the luggage rack.
But anyway, people in that area were aware of it.
Just a couple other comments on this. In '08, '09, we cut the facilities budget, the contribution from the library and to Parks and Rec by $500,000 each. So we choked off $1 million worth of revenue into our facilities group. We've got $60 million worth of, if this campus were to disappear, it would cost us $60 million to replace this campus. The debt service on that, if we had to go out and rebuild, we would need to take $6 million out of our general fund to service that debt. I think most of you know that's not a manageable number. What we're looking at, and if you do the building's 50 years old, amortization schedule, IRS purposes would be 39 and a half years. Call it 40 years, 60 million. We should have been, you know, we've been writing off $1.5 million in depreciation in real dollars for each year and not setting that money aside.
Great, let's circle back. What about the asbestos?
The asbestos?
Is there asbestos in the building?
Yes, there is.
Has it not been?
But it's in a non-friable
Right.
It's in a
situation,
non-friable.
which means it's encapsulated.
Encapsulated.
Okay.
And
You'd have
we-
to grind it to make it.
you've gotta grind it, you've got floor tile, ceiling tile, and then the pipe wrap. If you walk down there, it's got the aluminum on it, that's fiberglass under there. Most of the pipe wrap has been removed. You know, so going on to this, now, we've had an environmental consultant come out and survey that. We do have an operations management plan. I believe that needs to be updated, and we've started that dialogue. But MIOSHA, we're in communication with them, responding to them within the appropriate amount of time. I will tell you, when this first came up, I did articulate at a management staff, and there's 40-plus managers at a management staff meeting, is, folks, did someone complain to anyone about this? Did you let us know that there was a problem? Because if any employee has a problem, we're happy to address this. During my time here, we've had ductwork cleaned. We've had it checked to make sure that it was clean. You know, if someone even voiced a concern, we've always responded to it. John Grace, I think you were all very much, that was the other building. We're working on vacating that building. And Eileen, after the management meeting, came up to me and she was outraged because anytime one of her employees have come to her, we've responded and addressed the complaint. If there's standing water someplace, we work to have it removed. The other item, there was standing water in the elevator. We had Coney out to address that. We still have some weepage coming in from that elevator. You know, most elevators have a sub pump in them. There's some drainage issues. So we're monitoring that, dealing with that. Especially, we know we're about to be replacing the elevators.
So I guess the only request I would have is if that would if this type of situation happens again where something's going out in the news, if we could just, you know, get a heads up with a response in case someone asks us what happened to me.
They were here in the chambers.
But I wasn't here on Friday. I was.
No, I'm talking about at the council meeting, weren't they here?
Yeah, they were here during the finance committee.
Yeah, but
They ambushed.
But what he's saying is, if it happens,
If
have a call around. Have a call
Well, we
around.
can do a call around. I know the council president and I had talked about the MIOSHA.
Or a heads up.
No, I would like that too, because somebody happened to say something to me on Saturday. I heard there was asbestos in City Hall. What are you guys doing about it? And I didn't know.
When you talked to Rich, you said that
what he was
Mike
talking
was
about.
working on something to get out to us. When I talked to you Saturday.
Yeah, we are working on a response.
But it is normal for them to do stories. And if you have a shooting, for example, that takes place, the other story is dumped. I mean, so it all depends. If you have news, then that is needed out there, they do it. If it's just filling, the filling goes into the toilet, so.
But you never know. But at least I think that council should have just a heads up. The police always call us when there's something that may be newsworthy.
Mostly.
I understand what you're saying, but it's, like I said, they were here Monday at the council meeting, you didn't even know they were here for.
Now I knew what she was talking about.
Well, the fact remains, I think, that if we would have known, I would have been sideswiped with somebody talking negatively about City Hall, I would have known what, how to respond.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Under communication, I'd like to recognize Ms. Barbara Selton,
So many,
if you so allow.
so many things that's so important.
I will allow you to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If you give your name and address for the record.
28315 West Kellogg Circle, Southfield, Michigan. I just want to let you know that I had an opportunity to see this on Channel 7. And I stayed up to see if it would also be at the 11 o'clock hour. And usually if they put something on at 7, they will also turn right around and put it on at 11, but they didn't do it that time. I want to thank Mr. Fred Zorn because every time they would ask a question, he would say yes. There was no way of trying to hide it or to push it under a rug or cover it up. I don't really think that they allowed him to say what he really said, everything that he said. But I was very happy. He said, yes, 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 yes. I believe that if you go to any municipal complex anywhere, you're going to find some issues that are going to need to be resolved, particularly if they are as old as the city of Southfield is. And I do believe, though, that we do need some damage control, and the damage control should come from us. We are at least our advocates and our ambassadors. And I would love to be the person to go to Channel 7 and call them and say, okay, so you would put out some ugly stuff, now let me show you some good stuff. Thank you very much.
Let me give you just a piece of advice. You can take it or leave it. Never make a one-day story a two-day story.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. So leave it alone, that's what you're saying.
That's right.
I don't know.
This is an opportunity, though, for us to have an earnest conversation, though, about our facilities. And you've heard me talk about the rec center, the elevators, and we've been trying to piecemeal this, but it may be worthwhile for us to take a step back, develop a more comprehensive plan, and try to figure out what we might be able to do. And part of that goal is making sure we're positioning the building for another 10 years. And this is in direct conflict of, you know, we know we've got the pressure point on employee compensation, we've offered raises in negotiation, but the pie's only so big and something has to give at a certain point. But we do need to take care of our buildings. This council is, you know, we're working on getting out of John Grace. That improves the cash flow of Parks and Rec. We shut down the senior center that was running you $220,000 a year. It's those types of moves we need to continue to make. And can we, you know, get these buildings updated? Is there energy savings that can help pay for it and address these other issues?
You know, the budget time, you know, all these things should be put on the table, and those things that have the higher priority should be in the budget. Other ones have to be set aside to either getting new monies or something to that effect. In other words, and I think that in looking at the way you run the city, it's actually been that way. We've taken care of things that were important and have high priority. And yes, we had to let things go. I mean, I'm saying, because, you know, we don't get any money anymore. I mean, you have all these, you know, state and feds and we just don't get the money. The revenue's bad.
Right.
And you know, so you only get so much money. The cost of doing business is more. The index is up as far as any of the trucks and equipment. We just bought a truck for $150,000. We bought 4 emergency vehicles, $750,000. I mean, you know, people don't even realize that you know, that all the cost to do business is up, the revenues are down.
Well, not only that, but things happen. For instance, nobody expected the generator to blow up. I mean, you know, you could be putting money away to.
It's $500,000.
Yeah, you can put money away to do some ADA, and the generator blows up.
That's
So
$500,000.
absolutely. So do you bring a portable generator in and spend $12,000 a week, or do you buy a new one? Yeah. So.
If you can find one.
Yeah.
Well, and just,
we couldn't even find one.
As the president said, and this was discussed at Thursday's president's meeting, generators running us $12 grand a week, and 3 times that amount to keep it gassed up. Diesel.
Were we able to find one that, or?
Oh, the transformer? That was a.
No, that was a no-starter. They
What
took a
about
look
the
at it.
schools? I was telling John, some of the closed schools, don't they have transformers in that we could take? They're not being used?
The school, our transformers are dry, the transformers.
Yeah, I know the oils.
No,
What
the
are
ones
theirs?
at Northland are use oil.
Yeah.
Ours are
What
dry
about schools?
transformers. We've not looked at the schools.
I don't think that schools don't have emergency power, do they?
Put some treadmills in the basement.
These are the transformers.
Yeah.
Are they transformers?
Get a lot of ammo.
They have generators.
Do they?
Yeah, the high school does, and the board office. It's for the technology mostly.
Wouldn't power up the whole building.
The board office got a total generator now because of the fact that lights constantly went out there with that line that went back to the school board office, so they finally just said, you know, we're closing this building once a month.
Well, we're on this news story. The story started with a statement pertaining to Northland, alleging that there's $30 million worth of cleanup and the site is heavily contaminated. Furthest thing from the truth. I have no idea where the 30 million. We have, for cleanup and demolition, the maximum number that we received from two very reliable companies is 10 to $12 million. I'm really tired of these bogus remarks that are so grossly inaccurate. And if in the private sector, we would have pursued litigation against the individual making those remarks.
Okay. Anything else? No. If there's nothing else to come forward, meeting. I want you guys all have a safe trip up to